Hello, everyone. I have to say sorry because I legit thought I scheduled the stream for 8. I even said 8 yesterday. I don't know what happened. Apparently, I misclicked when I scheduled it, but here we are. 1 hour late, but that's fine. That's fine. I hear a voice, yes. And it's a good voice. It's not the voices in your head, it's me. But hello everyone, I see your confusion, yes. And 3 streams back to back, yes, indeed. I smell VTuber burnout on the horizon. I don't think so. I don't really get burnout with this because I don't work. Wait. Hello! I don't work, you guys, right now. I am unemployed, so technically I don't think I will get a burnout because I just, at the moment, I'm just sitting home playing games and talking to people, and then I just forget other stuff. So I think it would have been a burnout though if I still had work to do, but right now, no. I might also start streaming every day because like I said yesterday, I need something motivating me to get out of bed. And when you don't really have a job or you're not really studying or have anything, there's not a lot looking forward to. Because right now I'm just like checking for new jobs, applying for new jobs, and just waiting for opportunities to happen for me, basically. So why not stream, you know? It's a little bit loud, the music for me in my ears, so I'm just trying to adjust it for myself. Is it good for you guys? Didn't you say you would stream tomorrow? I will stream tomorrow, yes. We will do a VR stream tomorrow. It will most likely be a talking stream as well because I haven't really planned anything. And this stream we're doing right now have been planned and yeah, I've made a PowerPoint, as you can see, very planned, very much thought behind it. So tomorrow we will probably just be chilling and talking like we did yesterday. I don't think we'll be fishing. We might do some other activities or something. We will see. That's goated, yes. Cute model, thank you. This is my 2D model. I've been trying to make my 3D VR model more like this one, so I'm trying to find some bows for my bangs. But yeah, I still have you know, the braids in both of them, and my eyes are the same. Hi Lino, hello. So let's see, who do we have here? I see Nine and Shadow and Frith. Welcome. Neon is here, and Shadow is here, and Max is here. Welcome. And Lino is here. Welcome. Hello. We're I don't know how. I'm sorry if I might be a bit distracted because I was not thinking very cleverly when I scheduled this stream, because today one of my favorite League of Legends team is in a tournament, and their first game starts now at 8 o'clock. And on my other screen, I'm looking at the team to see how it's going. But yes, so if I'm looking this way, it might be because something happened on the other screen. Don't mind me. Damn, 104 books. Yes. In 2024, I read 104 books. It does sound like a lot, I know, and I don't want to be that person to be like, well, actually, I normally read 400 books, so this is very little for me. Like watching football, yeah, I hate football though, but I am a huge hockey nerd, so I watch hockey a lot. but my entire family loves football, so yeah, it's basically the same thing. Indeed. What's the most books you read in 1 year? It was 1 year I read 437 books, I think. I was going for 500, but I didn't reach that. But I also came to the conclusion that year, because I was trying so hard to get 500, and I was so influenced by other booktubers on YouTube that were talking about how many books they were reading each month and every year. And I kind of felt like left out, because when I read books, I'm also dyslexic. So when I read, it usually takes a lot longer for me to read. But when I also read, I like to dive myself into the story and really immerse myself into the story and give the books the time that I feel like they deserve. But when I had to read 500 books to compete with the other people, I kind of felt like I didn't, like, it was like the book went in one ear and out the next, because when I went through that year, I was like, I don't remember reading this book, and this book, it doesn't come to mind when I think about the books that I read. And I think it's because I was trying to read so fast that they didn't leave an impact in my reading or my life at all. And I don't think that's the way to read. I think the slower you read, the better. So 2024, I was trying to read slower, but I also went through all the PTSD and everything that happened in my work life that gave me huge anxieties and sleeping issues and everything. Hence why I quit my job not today, but now. But that also affected my reading 2024, so I read less 2024 because I was going through so much in my personal life that I was afraid of picking up a boring book. I just wanted to read something that was happy and good, but I could never guarantee that the books that I was going to pick up was going to be that. A lot of the books was like, tackling mental health, or they were tackling hard issues. And I just wanted to have something gooey, fun, loving kind of thing you never knew, because sometimes you start reading a book and it is fun and dandy in the beginning, but then it just turns dark or something in the end. So I felt very burnt out with reading as well. And I also did not have any energy to read because my mind was somewhere else. So even if I was reading, I was not taking in the words in the book. I felt like I could read a chapter, but my mind was somewhere else because I was so stressed out with work. So I didn't read that much 2024, to be honest. It's numbers that hard to compare because you don't know if they're reading a lot of manga comic. Exactly, you don't really know what kind of books they're reading. And 2024, I actually did read a lot of manga. So the number sounds high, but like mangas, like usually you can read a manga book in maybe an hour. So to read an entire series of maybe 10 or 12 books, you can do that in like one sitting. Maybe not one sitting with 12 books. I mean, you could if you read consistently, but you can still read a lot of books in fewer days and times because you finish them a lot quicker. And you will see this today as well. That a lot of the books that I've read is either I have reread them because I know they're good and it's my favorite books and I want to reread them, or it's mangas that's just very easy to get through. I don't really have any statistics of the kind of different genres that I was reading, but We will get through it and we will see. Wait, I need all my screens though. Okay, we cannot watch. No. Stop being a small penis, please. Okay, there we go. Now it's good. Now I can see everything. But yeah, the first book I read 2024, I started this the 1st of January 2024. I remember it was a classic, and it was Phantom of the Opera. I've seen the movie, I've seen the musical, not at Broadway or so, but like the Swedish Broadway kind of thing. I've seen it. There was also a Swedish singer, Peter Jöback, who went to London and was the Phantom in London as well. It was pretty cool that we had him here. What do you use? I use Goodreads mostly. I know there's other places and a lot of people don't like Goodreads, but Goodreads have been good for what I use. And a lot of people say like, oh, Goodreads is not good, you should use this app instead. But I just see the hassle of me needing to like transfer all the data that I already accumulated the past years that I used Goodreads, and I can't really be bothered, if you know what I mean. When I read Phantom of the Opera, I was not really impressed. I love the musical a lot. I love the movie a lot. The book kind of bored me, and I didn't really like it. The fun fact though is that Gaston Leroux, that wrote the book, he had a gambling debt, and he just needed money to settle his debt because he was gambling all the time. So he wrote this book, and he was actually a sports journalist, so he didn't really write novels or anything like that. He was more like a journalist and wrote about soccer and football and hockey or whatever. And I felt like you can tell because the text was very dry. Definitely not my kind of author and way of writing. He got enough money to pay off his debt. And after he died, someone bought the rights to the story to make the musical, and it became huge. It wasn't huge when he was alive, it became huge after he died, and I thought that was kind of funny. But if you're in debt, it can be a good motivator to start that book though. You know, you can pay off the debt maybe. But personally, I wasn't too happy about it, and I was kind of sad because usually you want to start off the year with like a good book to like set the mood for the rest of the year, or at least that's how I was thinking. But then everyone was telling me this book was amazing, and I decided to pick it up, and I was very disappointed to say the least. So I was hoping to get something better after that, and that's when I picked up Tolkien, Beren and Luthien, and I thought to myself, you can't go wrong with a Tolkien book, right? And yeah, you can't. This was amazing. I was so happy when I read this. This story about Beren and Luthien is so good. Oh my god, I'm back. Welcome back, Shadow. I use Goodreads as well. The most annoying thing is when book doesn't exist here. Because, yeah. Back in the day, you can like add them yourself if you had the ESPN number, but I think they took that away, and you have to like send in a ticket for them to add the book. But I'm not sure. They could have changed it, but I know like a few years ago I added a lot of books that was not like non-existent in the database as well. But I think maybe too many people added books that was irrelevant, and now they have to like control it a lot more. I'm not sure. And the only thing I was sad about this book was that I kind of thought it was a story, like with a beginning, middle, and ending, but it was more like a retelling of what it could have been. Like the story was there, but it was more so talking about J.R.R. Tolkien's view about Beren and Luthien and what he wanted to write and make of them, because there's not an actual story of them. So it was more like him describing, or Christopher trying to describe his dad's lore behind Beren and Luthien, and then having evidence being like, in this my dad wrote this and that could mean and lead to this story development in Beren and Luthien here and here. So it's a cool story in the way of it's more like lore inspired. And you can see the thought process behind Tolkien, but I thought it was going to be more like a direct novel or short story, but what I got was more facts and a way of this is how he usually concludes his story and writes, which is kind of cool in its own way. But when I picked it up, it was not what I thought it was going to be. It didn't make me disappointed though, because you can't be disappointed with Tolkien. You love everything Tolkien does. I mean, I do at least. So I really still liked it. But I felt when I started it, I was like, oh, it's that kind of book. I wanted something easygoing and an actual novel, not like a non-fictional book about the lore behind two characters. My graphics are tweaking? Oh no! Why? Oh hi Yoko, welcome. I used to add books as well, but now you need to do a Goodreads librarian to add books. Oh, that's such a bother, man. How do you become a Goodreads librarian? Do they have like a test or something? That gotta be annoying. My second book I read was a weird one. It's a sci-fi book, and this is so hard to talk about because it's so weird, and I feel like you need to read it to actually understand what I mean. It's a Japanese novel, a sci-fi. It was like 100 pages or something. It was very slim and small. And it's basically about like the future and how everything is different now. There was like a disease being spread, kind of like COVID, but not COVID, something else. And some countries just kind of like shut themselves off, and Japan was one of those countries that they don't talk to the outside world. They put up some borders and nothing gets in and out. But that also made it somehow that all the children started to die, and they died off. And the children who are alive are really sickly and really like they are super sick. So, but on the other hand, the elderly are super strong. They became super strong. So it's kind of like, you know, the seniors are super strong. They're like 100 years old, but can like lift 100 kilos or something like that. But the children and the youth are in wheelchairs and they can't walk, and they're like super, I don't know, they super sickly, really. And It's about this grandpa taking care of his grandchild, and his grandchild is slowly dying because he's too weak to function and live. And it's about his grandfather having to take care of him, and he's talking about how he doesn't understand how the youth are so weak and what he can do, because certain things are that he thinks should be normal isn't normal. Like, you can't swallow food anymore, he can't process food like normal people. Sometimes he can't even breathe normally without getting like a coughing fit. And it's sad, yeah. It's a very sad book, but I think the author was trying to do like a reverse thing, that normally it's like the grandchildren and the children taking care of the elderly, but now they kind of reversed it to the elderly taking care of the young people. And it makes you start thinking how we treat the elderly somehow, you know, when they can't function in normal society. It was a weird book. I remember it had some really weird, really weird, but also kind of like funny sentences. Like, there were certain places in this book that made me giggle and laugh, and that doesn't really happen that often with me when I read books. And it was so, like, it was written from the point of view of the grandfather, and it was kind of almost written as a diary, but also not. You were like reading his thoughts and his thought process, and he was just a very funny old man. Like, the way he was describing things was just crazy. It was also kind of funny because it was a sci-fi one about the future, and things that we think is normal isn't normal anymore. So like, they don't really know what oranges are, and they have not ever experienced different kind of foods, and dogs are not like the pet that you used to have and stuff like that. So it's kind of like discovering a new world, and what can happen when an entire island or a country like Japan becomes shut off from the rest of the world. It's very interesting. I might have to check it out. It sounds neat. Yeah, it was a very thought-provoking book, I think. But it was also very like, if I feel like you have to be in the mindset to understand it, to read it, because I feel like if you didn't know it was a sci-fi and you didn't think like deeply about it, I think it would have been a very confusing book. Most definitely a very, very confusing book. There's I really liked this one. I liked it, but I also don't know what to say about it, because I really feel like it's a book to be experienced. I wonder if I wrote something, because I'm gonna log into my Goodreads. I wonder if I wrote something specific in my Goodreads, because there was this one sentence that I was really in love with. Let's see. The Last Children of Tokyo. It was funny because I picked this up when I was in a bookstore, and I wanted something very slim, easy to read, and I just grabbed it and took it. Okay, I checked out my review on Goodreads and I gave it 2 stars, and I wrote, I'm confused. That's all I wrote. But now I kind of like it though, like when I think back on it, but I admit I was definitely confused while reading it. It was just a very confusing book. I don't know what to say. I remember reading it a couple of years ago. Makes me want to reread it soon. Yes. Those are the... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like one of those books that I just keep thinking about. And I really like the way the grandfather's point of view were, especially how he talked about dogs, because it was very relatable. He was not a dog person, and when he tried to describe the different dog breeds, it really made me giggle. It was funny. I do recommend it though. I think I need to change my my grading on it. It's definitely not a 2 out of 5. After reading that though, I was very confused apparently, and I wanted to read graphic novel, and this have been on my bookshelf for a long time. I wanted to read more of Joe Hill, and for you guys who don't know who Joe Hill is, he is the son of Stephen King, and why that's important is because I'm a huge Stephen King nerd and I own all the Stephen King books and many special editions. I love Stephen King to my core. Sadly, I don't really like his new books, but here we are. I want to read more from Joe Hill. I read The Firefighter a few years ago. I think it's called Firefighter, Firemen, Fire... something with fire. And I heard that his graphic novels are better than his books. And Locke Key, they also made a TV show on, I think. And it was on sale one day, so I got the first book. And I liked it. It wasn't like, you know, anything crazy or anything, but it was good. Fantasy inspired. I have not continued reading it yet because I only bought the first volume, so at some point I will have to maybe buy the rest. But it was definitely interesting. Yeah, I'm not a book lover. How many books did you read this year? This year, none. Last year, 104. But yeah, I don't know what to say about this one because it didn't stick out that much to me last year when I read it. It was a good story. It was fun. It had some spooky moments. It had that fantasy moments. I could find Stephen King Easter eggs in it. And if you didn't know, Joe Hill loves to give tribute to his dad, Stephen King, in his books. So you can find Easter eggs everywhere in his books, especially the firefighter or fireman. I think it's fireman. I'm not really sure. I'm not the only crazy person reading 100+. Do you prefer paper? I don't read Kindle. I think it's like my dyslexia just doesn't like reading on a screen. I also prefer owning the books. But on the other hand, I don't like buying books I don't know if I will enjoy. So, because I want my personal bookshelf and library to be just 5-star reads. So the books that I own are either special editions or just 5 stars to me. So the people can be like, oh, this is her reading taste. This is all the stuff that she loves. So I usually maybe borrow books from the library and read them. And if I like them, then I buy them. That's my process at least. But it was also easy considering I worked in a library, so like, you know, I went to my job, I borrowed books from my job. Oh yeah, after that book, I read Ramses, the Son of Light. It's by Christian Jacques. I don't know how many people have read this. This is a very old book, and it's a historical novel about Ramses. It's kind of, if you guys have read Con Gulden, he wrote about Julius Caesar, Gengis Khan, and all of them. This is the same kind of genre in the same way, but it's about Ramses, like from his childhood up until he became the pharaoh. And it's really good. I read it when I was 13 or 14, and I bought it at like a junk sale somewhere for like 50 cents, and I read it when I was 13, and it was like the best book I have ever read in my life at that time. And I wanted to really reread it now when I was an adult, and I mean, it was nice, but I can definitely see the flaws in it. It's not like an amazing book like that, but you know, I love historical fiction, so it's still it holds a dear place in my heart in that sense. Was it like I don't know what to say, because it's like it's a good book, but it's not trash, but it's very written like he said that, he went there, then they did this, and then they did that. Very straightforward, you know, not a lot of embellishment on the writing style. So it's a very easy to read book. And the first book, this one, is about his childhood. And how he gets promised different ladies he's gonna marry, and how his brother is trying to kill him when he's like a teenager and stuff like that. It's good if you're into like Egyptian history. Is good. I heard someone say though, someone told me it's really factual correct, and someone else told me it's very much make believe, and this is not how his life was at all. So I can't say it's like the best depiction of Ramses, but it is a depiction of Ramses. I read the book and I was say, thank you. I'm not lonely in liking it then. That's good. That's good. Just join the stream. Hope things are going okay for you. Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you. It's going well. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I just wanted to read something I had read before and something that I knew I was going to like. So yeah, I read this. I also read it in English for the first time, because the first time I read it in Swedish. So I wanted to see if there was like a difference in the translations as well. But I liked it. It was good to me. But it's still good. Yeah, yeah. I bet it is. I don't know much about his life, so I can't be like, you know, this is 100% facts, but to me it was good. Historical fiction is just that, fiction, even if it's based on facts. Yes, that's true. That's true. I'm just here to greet people and say things and don't need to be said. I mean, that's good. Oh yeah, after that, I became into my era of wanting to read these 3 books. I did not read them back to back. I actually read the pink one, Before We Say Goodbye, in the beginning of the year. The blue one, Before Your Memory Fades, I read in the middle of the year. And the green one, I read in the end of the year. So but because it's a series, I just put them together so you can see that I read all 3 of them. They are 2 books before this. 3 books before this. Yeah, there's 3 books before this that I already read. And it's one of my favorite Japanese kinda fantasy-esque story. For you guys who doesn't know, it's It's a story about a coffee shop where you can go back to the past if you drink their coffee. So the first book is called Before the Coffee Gets Cold, and it's called that because you have to, when you go back to the past, you have to drink the coffee before it gets cold. Otherwise, you will be stuck on the chair as like a ghost forever. But if you drink the entire cup of coffee before it gets cold, you go back to the present time. So a lot of people go to this shop because they have stuff that they didn't say, or stuff they want to have said, or things, or they want to meet the loved ones. But there are some rules to what you can do. You cannot leave the chair. So if you're going back, you have to say exactly when, like the date and everything, but you can't leave the chair. So the person that you're going back to see has to be in the cafe. And you're also... yeah, anything you say or do will not affect the future. So if someone is going to be in an accident, for example, even if you go back in time and tell them don't be there at that time, there's not going to be a butterfly effect, because even if you tell them, they're still going to die at that time because that's their time to go. So you can't change the future by going back to the past. I love this series. The pink one made me cry. I think it was also, I read it when I was very, very vulnerable in time because of work. And there was like one story in the pink one that just really, really touched my heart at that time. And I just bawled and I was crying so bad. The blue one, I didn't really like the stories in the blue one. It was still good. It was still like a 4-star read, but I didn't really connect personally to the stories in that one. The last one, the green one, I really liked and I cried again. To me, it's a good story. I like the premises. I like that they have like 3 different kind of like episodic stories that you have, but you also follow the people who work and do their job in the cafe. I heard that the blue was going to be the last one, but then he wrote the green one and he said this is going to be the last one, but now I heard he's still working on another one. So he is definitely not done yet with the series. I love the first in the series, was on the second and decided to drop it there. Yeah, I was also very meh at the second one, but then the third one made me really happy again. And then this pink one made me sad. And then the blue one was meh. And then the green one was yeah. So I would say it's worth picking it up because they get better, but like I feel like it's, I don't know. I think it was the second book that took care of the people working in the shop, right? I was not huge on that story or those stories, but I think we resonate different to different things, and that's why some books we don't like, even if we love the concept, we just don't resonate personally to some of the stories because we have never experienced something like that. I love when stories resonate with me so much that I cry. Oh, me too. I'm reading the Witch Hat Atelier manga right now and I love it. Oh, I've heard about it. I had a friend who really got into that series and read a lot of them. It's fantasy but has strong historical fiction vibes. Ooh, that's kind of cool. We're blending the magic and world building. Maybe I need to pick that one up, to be honest. My friend told me she really, really loved it, and I was like, oh yeah, 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 and then I forgot about it. I easily do that, you know, because I have so many books already on my TBR that I just forget. But I read these three in the series, the 2024. The other ones I read the year before that, and uh, I love them. I love them. They make me cry, they make me sad, but I still love them. I also am a sucker for the covers because I feel like the covers are the most beautiful ever. I think I am a little bit of a minimalist when it comes to covers, and I feel like Japan is really, really crushing it when it comes to those covers. I also love that you can't see it here, but in real life, the wallpaper is in like a foil, so they sparkle. And I am a little bit of a crow, so I love anything that sparkles, and these do. Oh yeah, after that I wanted to read The Omen. Because everyone was telling me like the book is better than the movie, and I mean, you know, the movie The Omen is a classic horror movie. I just didn't like it. Again, I don't know. I think I was just in a very bad mood when I picked it up, but I was like, okay. And I read some reviews, and everyone was telling me, or telling others, that this was like the most horrific and scary book they ever read. I don't know, man. I was really, really, really bored. I couldn't see the horrific and spooky vibes at all. But yeah, I don't know why people like it so much. Let me see if I go and search for The Omen and see what people actually say about it. Oh yeah, for you guys who don't know, it's about this couple who gets a child, and the child is said to be the devil himself, and he's going to like fulfill the most horrible prophecy ever, blah blah blah, kind of thing. Uh, I I don't know. I gave it 3 star apparently. I don't know why. I wrote that I wouldn't call this a horror book because it's not scary. Maybe a good thriller, but that's it. Um, but I did say it was a fast-paced book, though. I don't remember that. I remember it taking forever reading that book. The memory is not coinciding with what I'm writing about it. Maybe I was trying to be nice because it's a smiley face there. I think I was just trying to be nice. Don't blah blah blah, the Antichrist is chill. What do you mean? Oh, I read it. I read all of it. The film was covered in one of the episodes in 100 Years of Horror. Yeah, yeah. I think it's also the one that, you know, the game Lucius, you know, when you play the child and you do all these naughty things to have people die around you. It was, I think that game is kind of based off, like vaguely a little bit based off this story. But yeah. I feel like horror can be very easily mismarked. Yeah, I feel so too. As the game genres of people often get disappointed because the book sets up expectation it doesn't reach. Yeah. I also think it's kind of like I read so much horror, or I have read so much horror because horror is my main genre of reading and have always been since I was like 10. So I feel like I have put myself through a lot of horror that like my threshold is very high. So I doesn't things doesn't spook me out. So I had to start reading extreme horror. And for you guys who don't know what extreme horror is, it's kind of like the splatter side, like splatter movies, it has to go into extreme grotesquerie for me to feel something. Hello again. Hi, Danny. Hello, hello. Welcome. So I don't know. I feel like it might be a me problem because every time I read a horror book, I'm just like, this is not spooky. What the fuck? uh, so I'm trying to be very like, I understand some might find it spooky. Um, mm, But yeah, Antichrist book. Wasn't a huge fan. Still gave it 3 out of 5 star for some reason. I don't know why. Oh yeah, then we got into light novels. Raven of the Inner Palace. I really like this. I didn't read all of these after each other. Again, like with the other series, I read them in different month of the year, but I squished them up here to have it easier. So I read number 2, 3, and 4. Number 1 I read in 2023, and I still have 5 and 6 left, right? Yeah. 5 and 6. I have in my bookshelf, and I haven't read those yet. But I kind of like this. The first book I wasn't very impressed with. I thought it was like very meh. But it gets better the more you get into it, and now I'm kind of so into it that I have to know how it ends. I'm thinking about making a video on it and talking more about it, so that's definitely something that's going to come. The lesser after, is it very like similar? Because I never really read that one, but people have been recommending that one to me, saying that it's really good. I love Ophie's cute wife when she turns around and talk about blood splatter. Perfection. That's me. Yeah, very similar. I bet I will love that then. I heard Red Palace is good for those who are... Is Mystery Novel by June Hur. I read Red Palace actually. I was given it when it came out. I was given a copy of the book to give an honest review. It was like, here you have a book, give honest review and you keep book kind of deal. I did a lot of those back in the day. I don't really do them anymore. But I was given that book and I gave a review on it. I liked it. It was pretty good. I'm trying to think. It was something. There was something about that book, though. I remember there was something about that book that really bothered me. But I don't remember. If I can't remember, it's probably not important. I was going to skip this because it looked like budgeted. I see. I just like the cover. You know, when I picked it up, I was like, that's beautiful cover. I like it. The only thing that bothers me is I don't think the translator has changed, but they name the same person different things in different books. So sometimes you get like really, really confused. But then you have to be like, okay, this is the same person. They just kind of like gave him a different name suddenly. I don't know why they do that. And they do that with a lot of the characters. So that's something really bothered me when I was reading them. But other than that, I swooshed through them really quickly. The romance, maybe? I've heard the romance is not great. It could have been the romance. I don't even remember if there was a romance, to be honest. But I bet there was. Maybe that was what bothered me. I don't know. If you haven't, maybe read The One, The Only Ivan by in Applegate is a book from my childhood. The one and only Iron. Oh yeah, that's I've read that one. Oh yeah, the Red Kayak I also read. Oh, Main and Mine. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that too in Bookworm. I don't know why it happens though. If it's just like a translation thing or I mean it must be a translation thing, right? That sometimes they I don't know, but it really bothered me. I was like maybe it's a different translator and I looked it up, but it's the same person translating it, so I feel like they should be consistent in every book, but after I read this though, what did we read then? Oh yeah. Most of you guys will not know what this is, and but it's a Swedish book and it's not been translated. I read this for work. Some guys know that I worked in a school library, and sometimes we get young adult books, and I have to read them because if I don't know what they are about, I can't really talk about them for the kids. I was not going to show off the books I read for work, but I also felt like I have to because, I mean, I read 104 books, so yeah. But yeah, I like this one. It kind of tackle the plague, because you can see the plague doctor. So there's like a parallel story between the 1700 and the present today, and it's like a ghost story about kids who died in the plague in the 1700s, and it's also in today a mystery about stuff that's happening to a priest of some sort, if I remember correctly. I just remember I really liked it. It was really good. It was like a suspenseful book. It was not like spooky. I mean, I guess it's made for children, like 12-year-olds. So, I mean, it could have been spooky for them. I don't know. But the cover is pretty good. And Mats Strandberg is a really good horror author in Sweden. He has also written, haven't he? His other books, aren't they? Okay, I have to look up. Because I think his other books are translated into English. It's about the circle. Can you find the circle in English? Yeah. Yeah, they do have it in English and Polish, Spanish, German. Yeah, if you guys want to read some Swedish horror books, this man, Mats Strandberg, is the man to go, like, you know. The Circle is a really good young adult urban fantasy horror book with a lot of paranormal stuff happening in a high school. Some students are found dead, and at first they think it's Sudoku, but it's definitely not Sudoku. It's something else. Hello Gina, welcome. So I do recommend it. This one has not been translated, so this one I can't recommend, sadly. If you're not Swedish, of course, and maybe you know Swedish, then definitely read this one. Other one, his high school series, really good. I just remember the saddest book I've ever read. A plot was semi-surrounding about a power plant collapsing and a family takes care of the survivors in radiation sickness. I think, I see. That does sound sad, to be honest. But yeah, I read it for work. Nothing special about it, really, more than that I read it for work. Then I read this. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys don't know how much I fucking hate this book. Ugh. I forgot I read this. You know, I left this after I read it. I was fuming. Fuming, I'm telling you. But then I I I I re- I forgot about it and I moved on with my life, and then I had to do this stream, and I went back and saw the books I read, and I saw this atrocity. It's horrendous. I hmm. 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 I remember this one. Yeah, you should remember this one because I was speaking about it for days. Okay, I know I wrote a long, irritated review on this. Do I still have the review? Okay, I deleted the review and wrote, ugh. Okay, makes sense. But okay, listen to this. This book is about Harleen Quinzel. She scores an internship in a psych lab in Gotham University, and she's like ecstatic to start it. Like, oh my god, she's going to the uni, and she's like super desperate to make like big scientific discoveries like you do as a scientist. Oh my god, I hate myself for this. And she doesn't have much money because she has an abusive father, and abusive fathers don't have money. But when Harleen witnessed like the way women are treated in STEM, she decides that she has to do something like a revenge, because she also experienced harassment because of her gender, and that's not okay. I mean, I agree with that one, but anyway. Then she finds herself in an intoxicating vigilante girl gang who has to like take revenge on the teachers who are mean to the women, and she doesn't know what to do. And then Harleen falls for another girl who's in another gang. And that's where she finds her true passion. Okay, I hate this so much. I hate it so much. And there's also things in this story that decide... She meets the Joker in this one when she's in the university. And the Joker isn't the Joker, and she becomes in love with him. And she's like, oh my god, I need to take care of my husband, and I love him, and he doesn't kill her. He kills everyone, and he looks at her and he's like, oh, you could live. Why? Why would he let her live? He doesn't know her. And then she's like, oh, I love him so much. And then she like goes back to where she saw him the first time, and because she's hoping that she can see him again and maybe make him into a good boy, and maybe he can be in her vigilante group. And I'm like, oh, please. I love Harley Quinn. I'm a huge Joker fan. Like, I have almost all the DC comics, and I love spin-off series. I love when they do something different, but this book really grinded my gears. I have never read something as bad as this was. Harley Quinn is such a good character. How can you fuck that up? Never seen a good Harley Quinn rendition, one of my most disliked characters. Yeah. It's got memories of my sister watching Birds of Prey almost constantly around its release. No! Nightbot is my favorite. I mean, Wing. Wait, no. Damn. Sounds way too hard to keep up with the story. I mean, it's like, basically, it's a feminist story. They wanted to make Harley Quinn into a feminist, and they basically made her into a vigilante like Batman on her university. So it's like, if they wanted to get good grades, they had to sleep with the teachers. That was kind of like it. Because they are women, and that's what women do, they sleep with men. And she wanted to put an end to that, so she starts a gang of women who make gadgets and humiliate the teachers in public, so that they will stop. And then she becomes like in love with a girl, but then she meets the Joker when he's out doing crimes, and she kind of like falls in love with him, and tries to find him. And then when she finds like a Joker bomb, she like takes it home and has it on her trophy stand or something like that. It was very weird. Very weird. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it. I presume a lot of teenage girls will eat this up, and I would not be as mad if it wasn't Harley Quinn. If it would just have been any other girl doing this, I would have been fine. But the fact that they did my boy Joker really badly in this series or this book, and it makes me sad. Won't the camera be enough as far as gadgets go? Yeah, but they were not going to expose them for sexual harassment, because that's too easy. They made gadgets like tomato guns, and they were like splashing him with tomatoes, because that's gonna make him stop harassing women, you know. And then they filmed him as well and put it up on Instagram, and they were like, haha, this is the Instagram that humiliates the male teachers. Yeah, I don't know. There was a lot of things like that. There was another gun that they made. It was like a no gun, I think they were called. They basically shot like bullets that was shaped as no, and then they shot the teacher, so he got bruised with the word no all over his body, because a no is a no, something like that. I don't know. If I get energy, I promise I will make a review on this. And if I even get more energy after that, I might suffer for you guys and read the second book, because yes, of course there's a fucking second book to this series. But no, Poison Ivy is not the girl she's in love with. It's another girl. The only DC people in this story is herself, Harley Quinn, and the Joker. You know, the fact that we have a little cameo of the Joker just suddenly being there and not shooting her and being like bye-bye, and her being all obsessed with him after that, it made no sense to the story. It had nothing to do with the story. It didn't give anything extra to the story. They could just have left him out. He did not have to be in the story. But apparently we needed that little cameo. Sending good vibes. Yeah, thank you. I will need it after I sat through this book. Ugh. But I think there was some talk about making a third book. Did they? They did a third book. Okay. Okay, now I'm crying. What? There's a third book? But like, why? What? Uh, the worst thing is that the fact is that people are giving it 5-star and they're writing, finally feminism. I love Harley Quinn. This is so good. These can't be DC readers, right? They can't be serious. I don't know. I don't know. Because money, Ophi. I know, but still, why? I suppose this book series can serve as an example that everyone can be published. Indeed. Not just any feminism, diabolic feminism. I mean, is it really? I mean, it does say that manically plotted and diabolical feminism, but like, I don't know if it is feminism. Like, if they would have actually gone to court and been like, you know, see what he did to us, that would have been a lot better than a no gun when you shoot a teacher with the word no, so he gets no bruises. You know what I mean? It was weird. I didn't get it. Gaslight gatekeep girl boss. Oh my god, I don't know. Okay, maybe I will read the next ones, but like, I feel like if you like DC, don't torture yourself with that atrocity. Oh yeah. Then after that one, I was really depressed and I was fuming and I was mad and I wanted to read something I knew was going to be good. So I was rereading this book that I read when I was 13, The Princess Diaries. And if you haven't read this one, it's a book series that has like 15 books or something. I was like, what? I think I read 3, but there's apparently like 15 books out there. I just didn't know. But yeah, it's about a girl that turns out that she's actually a princess from Geonovia, but she didn't know that because her dad, who was the former king of Geonovia, he died, and she stays with her mom in the USA. And the mom never told her that she's actually descendant to the throne and she's going to take over the throne, and she's like a outsider, a book girl who's just like a little nerdy girl, and when she's like 14, I think 15, 16, I don't know, between 14 and 16, her grandmother comes to the US and is going to like, you have to be crowned soon because you're of age soon, so you have to know, and I'm gonna teach you how to be a princess. And it's so good. There is a movie on it. There's actually 2 movies on it, if I remember correctly. And I just felt like I needed to read something that I already read a few times, and that was just like a cozy book for me. It has like all you need, like teenage drama, and it has like romance and everything. So if you're a girly girl and you want a classic book to read, get into this series. It has so much to offer. If not, you can just look at the movies, because the movie is great as well. Oh yeah. Then we have Ascendance of a Bookworm. I read all 3 of them in 2024. This is the first part. I do own the books for the second part, but like I said on my stream yesterday, I want to make my video on these 3 of the first part first, so that I can be just talking about my experience from the first part, and then I read the second for the second part, and so on. So that's why I haven't really continued the story yet, but I'm going to. I just need to do this video for this one. I have... Hiccup. That was me. I have in my notebook here on my phone, let's see, Bookworm. I have so many points that what I think about the books and what I didn't like about the books, like each one of them. So I have a lot of things I want to talk about on them. I kind of already did one for the first book, so I have mostly focused on taking notes for the second and the third one. But that's a video coming soon. Coming your way soon, yes. But yeah, for everyone doesn't know, it's a light novel. There's also a manga and an anime on it, but the light novel is the one that everything is based off of. And it's about a book girl who gets crushed by her own books, and she wishes to be able to read books, and she is reincarnated into a little girl, mine, in a fantasy world where they have magic and stuff, but like obtaining and reading books is just for like the noblemen, and she's not. She's just a normal commoner, so she's trying her best to make her own books to be able to read again, because reading is very important to her. Very good book if you haven't picked it up. There is definitely a lot of books in the series, so you have to do if you start picking it up. Oh yeah, this book. Razorblade Tears by S.A. Cosby. I read this because Stephen King was talking about on his Twitter that this was one of his favorite books of the year, and I felt like I had to read it as well. It was good. I can't say I remember much of it. Did I write something more on I wrote that it's kind of not my cup of tea, but I see why people like it. But it's still very well written. It's 3 out of 5 stars I gave it. It wasn't for me, I think. I kind of don't even remember what it was about. I remember it was something about a framed murder. Let's see. A black father and a white father, 2 murdered sons, and a quest for vengeance. Oh yeah. Okay, now I remember. It's about this gay couple. There's a gay young couple who get murdered, and the 2 fathers, one black and one white, they kind of like decide to take their vengeance and find who murdered their sons, and if their sons were murdered because of the fact that they were in a mixed gay relationship. And one of the fathers, he is like a very good, normal white dad, I suppose. I don't know. And then you have the other father, who is a little bit more on the criminal side, and they have to they're not happy their sons are gay, but they're still want vengeance for their sons, and in their hunt for the people who murdered their sons. They kind of become best friends, and it's a good story, like a thriller crime story. But it wasn't really my cup of tea. I read it because Stephen King was talking about it. But yeah, I also think it was nominated to one of the best books or something. But I don't remember. It came out 2021 or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I read it, wasn't a big fan, but it was pretty okay. Oh yeah, after that I read The Night to Remember. Sorry, that was me too. By Walter Lord. It's a classic book. It's the very first book ever written about Titanic. It was written kind of like right after everything happened with Titanic, and there's like a fictional book on what they thought kind of might have happened. And it's this book that a lot of other fictional things are based off of. And they said that the author for this book, he interviewed a lot of the people who survived Titanic and everything, and he was just trying to accumulate the last hours, how it was to be on Titanic and all that. I am a huge Titanic fanatic. I love everything that has to do with Titanic. I think it's great. I really like the story of Titanic. There's so many side stories to it. So I always wanted to read this one because it's said to be the very, very first time someone wrote about Titanic, and it's like the start of the fascination around it. So that's why I picked it up. It's a very, very short book. I think it's like 100 pages, 120 pages or something like that. So it was a very, very quick read. It wasn't very described. It was very much more at this hour, this happened, and this and this and this. And if you know a lot about if you know a lot about sorry, my ad blocker. If you know a lot about Titanic, there's no new facts in this book that's going to get you. Okay, Danny, take your time. But it's definitely an interesting read, just because it's one of the first first books ever written. Behind the scenes, yes. You got a little behind the scenes there. Oh yeah, this is another Swedish book. This is actually a short novel or a short story. It's like 10 pages or something. Is by Arne Dahl, and it's called Migraine, which is migraine for everyone wondering. So the book is kind of written because he has migraine himself and he knows how it feels like, but when he tried to describe it to other people were very, very confused, and he felt like, oh, I thought it was very normal to experience these things. So he decided to write a short story called Migraine to describe how a migraine is, but not just describing how the migraine is, but he wanted people who read the short story to experience how it is to have a migraine. So me having a migraine wanted to read this to see if it could trigger a migraine, and I can tell you it did. I don't know how, and I don't know what happened, but it's like 10 pages long, and reading it, I really felt like I had a migraine. Like, it's hard to explain it, but yeah, I think it's just like how the words were written and how they were like linked on the page, and I don't know. Something in it just triggered, or maybe it's just a placebo effect. I don't know, but I read it because it was interesting, and well, yeah, it's not really translated though, so
yeah, if you don't know Swedish, I guess I can't tell you to read it. But I also don't want anyone to have a migraine, so don't read it. That fascinating, but sounds horrible. I hate migraines. Yes, same. I just thought it was really interesting, and a lot of people who read it were like, "I'm confused. I don't know what happened, but I had a headache after." And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah. I think that was the point." Oh yeah. After that, I got into a lot of short novels or short stories. This is by Karin Boye, which is one of Sweden's biggest, like, oh my god, what is it called? She writes a lot of poems and stuff like that. What is it called? Oh my god. I want to say lyricist, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Uh, okay, now I don't even know the Swedish word for it. Whatever. She writes a lot of poetry, and she also she writes poet. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Oh my God. And she was also openly gay. She wrote all her stuff around 1940s. She also written a lot of novels. One of her most famous one is Calocane. I have a video on Calocane. If you want to go check that out, it's like one of the best books ever written in my opinion. If you're into dystopians. This book though, Ella makes herself free, or Ella goes free. It's kind of like a biography about a girl named Ella and how she's in love with women. It's a short story. It's cute. It's nice. Nothing fancy or special about it. But I like the way Karin Boye writes her things, so that's why I picked this one up. Yeah. Then, oh yeah. Then I wanted to read something that I knew I liked, so I picked up this manga series. I bought it when I was like 15, 16 or something. Maybe 17. I don't really know. It's called Limit. There's 6 volumes of it, and I've read it a few times. It's one of my favorite stories. Not one of my favorite, but it is a story I come back to because when it comes to horror books, I don't really, and movies for that matter, I don't really get scared by a lot of things, as I said, especially not paranormal stuff. But what scares me is how fucked up some humans are and what humans can do to survive. Hello, Wolf. And this is one of those books. It's kind of like Lord of the Flies. Kind of reminds you of that. It's about a high schooler. They're going in a bus to go to like a week away, like a class trip kind of thing. But on their way, the bus crashes, and there are like 5 survivors or something like that, maybe a little bit more. And and they have to like survive because they're kind of in like a canyon, because the bus went down like a cliff, so they are kind of like in the canyon and they need help to get up from there because they can't go anywhere. And they start like a social ranking. So the popular girls who were like super popular in school are not so popular anymore because they don't have any skills to survive. But the book smart girl and the crazy girl from the class, they become like more the leaders because they have the skills and mindset to survive and what to do in certain situations. Hej svensk Vtuber, hallå Jovia, hello. And I liked it. It's very good. It's very good. But also because when they go to because they're going to a very secluded area with the class, nobody knows that they're missing until they are supposed to go back, and people are like wondering why haven't they come home yet? Like, did something happen on the way home? And that's when they realize that they never actually arrived to the cabin in the woods that they were going to, and then they start the search. So they are like 1 week until someone actually calls them missing. So a lot of things happen, and there's a lot of blood, a lot of disputes, a lot of issues going on, and who will survive in the end. But yeah, I reread this manga series, 6 volumes, very good. Do recommend if you haven't read it. They also made, by the way, a Japanese movie based on this manga. I have not seen it, so I can't recommend it, but it is on my to-watch list at some point. Yeah. Oh yeah, I read 2 more books for work. I want to get into a habit of reading. Do it. You can start small. You can just read a little bit, like, 20 minutes a day or something. Or like 3 pages a day or something like that. Then I read for work again. The first book, Under ett rabarberblad, is like under a rhubarb leaf. It's poems that's written for like middle grade schoolers. So it's kind of like poems about different insects and what kind of insects you can find in your garden. It was very cute, very nice. And then I read the other one, Världens sämsta syster, is basically the world's worst sister. It was also for work by Elin Lindell. And the book is about this girl who wants a sibling really, really bad. But she doesn't have a father. She only have a mom. And her mom went to Denmark and got herself inseminated with semen. So she doesn't really have a proper dad because her mom has been like a single mom ever since she was made. She was only made because her mom did not want to have a man in her life, kinda, but she wanted to have a child. But this girl really wants to have a sibling, so she's like nagging on her mom to like get her shit together and go to Denmark again and make her a sibling. But her mom is like, no. But then she is introduced to her mom getting a boyfriend, and that boyfriend has a son her age, and she suddenly gets a brother, but it's not like the cute cuddly baby brother she was hoping. It's more like a emo brother who's super rude and evil and mean, and now she has to like live with that. So she becomes the world's worst sister. It was kind of funny. It's not translated or anything, it's just Swedish books. Especially Swedish because I'm studying Swedish. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. There's a lot of good Swedish authors out there, definitely. Oh, yeah. After that, I decided to take on a big project. So I decided to read War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy. And for you guys who know, this book is like 1,200 pages or something. And well, half of it was really good. I don't know. I liked certain characters. Other characters were very like, huh? I don't understand. But it was definitely a ride. It took me a month to read this book because it was so intense, because there's so much information given to you, and it's basically a rewritten war story, or like it is a war story, and you have to like read it, and there's so much facts just thrown at you, and you know, some of the facts are not really that interesting, but you sit there and you look at them and you read them and then you start like getting uninterested in the topic, and then something interesting happens suddenly. But there was a lot of ups and downs with this one. Like, Leo Tolstoy is one of my favorite Russian authors. Like, Anna Karenina was like one of my favorite books ever written. Like, oh, it's so good. So I was like really excited for reading this War and Peace, but to me it was a little bit more sluggish. Like, it was a little bit but it's still like a 4-star read because it's so good. I love the way Leo is writing. Like, his writing style really suits me as a person. But I can understand why people stop reading it, because it is a brick. There is so much to get through, and if people ask me, oh, I want to read like a Leo Tolstoy book, should I read War and Peace? I will say 100% read Anna Karenina instead. Because I feel like Anna Karenina is a lot better. Like 100% better. We had to read it in school, hated it. Oh my god. I would never force anyone to read this. I feel like if you're gonna read any Leo Tolstoy, because they're all 1,000 pages, like, come on. If you're gonna read, I feel like it has to be on your own will. It can't just be like randomly like you forced in school. If you're not reading Russian literature classics, like a course in the university to study Russian classics, like, then I could understand being forced to read this, because like, come on, it's a classic. But like other schools, nah, I don't get it. I remember that after I read this book, we had a movie night on Discord where we watched the movie, and the movie is like 12 hours long or something. Like the one we watched, at least. It was such a long movie. We were sitting there for hours and hours and hours, and it never ended. But it was like, it was definitely a movie, especially the parts when the soldiers were gonna go bathe, and it was like 20-minute footage of just soldiers being naked and bathing in the water. It was the movie was an experience. It was an experience. I feel like it's the kind of movie that you watch one time and then never again, but then you can like brag to people that you have actually watched it. I feel like that's how it was, at least for me. Oh yeah, after that I got into cult and cults. This one is actually translated. It's a Swedish book, so the first one is the one to the left, The Cult of the Fogland, and the second one I also read, it's like The Cult That Reignited or something like that. The second book they didn't translate, but if you're interested, you can find the first book in English if you want to. It's by Mariette Lindstein, and she was actually in a cult herself. This cult that she's writing about in this book is not the cult that she was part in, but because she was in a cult herself, she knows how the cult thinks and what they do. So it was really interesting to read a thriller about a cult written by a cult member, you know? And she used a lot of her own experience in the book. It was pretty good. It's like about this cult on an island outside of Sweden and how they like recruit people and what they make people do and how they manipulate people and stuff like that. I liked it, but then I read the second book, the cult, the reignited, and I thought, okay, this is too far-fetched because like the cult leader was arrested in the end of the first book. Okay, now I'm spoiling it, but you know. And then in the second book, he's not going to go to prison for all the horrendous things that he actually have and they have evidence for, and he's having a child with someone who got raped, and there was so many things happening in the second book that I just felt like, okay, I'm giving up. Like there's 4 books in the series, I think, but I gave up. I couldn't be bothered anymore with the book. But the first one was really good. I do recommend reading the first one if you're into cult thrillers. How to Go Woods, I don't know. Go to Woods. Oh yeah. Then I read the Benjamin Button, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. It's a short story, and it's by Scott Fitzgerald, which is amazing because Fitzgerald is the same man who wrote The Great Gatsby, and I never knew The Great Gatsby and The Curious Case of Benjamin Buttons is by the same person. I've seen the movie though, and I knew it was like a short story, but I never read it. But then I read it and it was so sad. Like it was really, really sad. I made a video on it, so if you want like an in-depth review on what I really thought about the short story, you can find the video on my page. I need to go, but it's night now. Okay. I see. I don't know what to answer to that, to be honest. I used to think it was twins. Yeah, I thought it was like something like that too. But that was like, I was really surprised to find out it was the same author. I really like The Great Gatsby. I like how it's written and it's so well done. And I feel like the Benjamin Button case is just in the same genre, and I like it. I like how it's written. It's very well written. Oh yeah. After I read this manga, Homunculus, which I'm not proud of. I don't know what to say, because like, I wanted to read a horror manga, but I couldn't find anything that was interesting enough. And then people told me to read this, Homunculus, and I was like, okay, I will. And it's basically about this dude who made himself homeless because he doesn't want to work the 9-to-5 job anymore and like be in the cogwheel anymore of work and sleep and yeah. So he made himself homeless just because he couldn't be bothered anymore. And then this man comes up to him and he's like, hey, I'm a surgeon and I want to try experiment on stuff and I want to give you like a third eye by drilling a hole into your skull, because if I do that, you can use more of your brain substance and like your brain, because right now you're only using like 1% of your brain, but if I make a hole in your head, I'm going to give you like more space for your brain to work, and then you can like see things and hear things that normal humans can't. And I thought that's a cool premises, and it started cool, and he did the surgery and everything because he was like, why not, because he got money from it. And then in the beginning I was like really scared of the things that he saw, but then he realized that the things he saw was the true nature of humans. Like he saw this big yakuza man who was like, you know, you can see in the second book over here. When he looked at him, he could see like a little child inside of him, because he was just like a big cozy bear and he wasn't this big scary dude in reality. So he helped him realize his true self, and he didn't want to be like this big man. But then when we came to the third book and we find this girl and she's underage, and they started doing very inappropriate things between someone who's 30 and someone who's 14. Yeah, I don't know, man. It went south good. And I never truly finished it, because like it went away. I didn't expect for it to go, and I was really confused. I tried really hard to stick with it and be like, okay, maybe it will be like explained later on, but it was never explained. So I just kind of dropped it. I think I read everything but the last manga of it. It was weird to me. Maybe I need to drill a hole in my head to truly understand this book. Maybe my brain just too small. I need more airway to truly appreciate this work, but it was definitely not for me. But I did read it. Oh yeah, after that, I wanted to read some poems, so I had this book at home. It was like a selected little book with selected poems from Emily Dickinson. I don't really have anything to say about it. It was just like I wanted to read something cute and nice. I didn't really have time to delve into a new fiction, so I was just like, let's try some poems. I don't read a lot of poetry, but I want to be better in reading more genres, especially when it comes to poetry and stuff like that. But I'm just really bad at picking them up because I read it so seldom that I don't know where to start or what to pick up. But I liked Emily Dickinson. She was very like straight to the point. She wasn't. I felt like you didn't have to think so much when you read her work, or like delve into, okay, maybe this means this and that means that. She had symbolisms, of course, and it was like beautifully written, but it was still in a way that it was easily accessible. Yeah. Oh yeah. After that, I read the Jaws. You know, the classic book that they made the movie on. You know, the dun 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 dun. Yeah, I read that, and it's pretty much the like, you know, I've seen the movie, and the movie and the book is basically the same thing, and I don't know, it was good. I liked it. Huge fan. There is a lot of those megalodon books, you know, megalodon versus huge squid. I really want to try and read a megalodon book at some point, but because they seem so goofy to me. We need a bigger boat. Exactly. Exactly. I don't know. That's also something like there's so many megalodon books. Megalodon. There's so many megalodon books that you don't know where to start. Yeah, there's so many of them. Oh my god, can't even type and search for them. But at one point, I will most likely read a Megalodon book. But I really liked the Jaws. It was great. I think I had something to say about it though. Now that I think about it, I think there was something about the love. There was like a love story behind it. I did write something. One of the things I didn't like was the constant referring to the shark as the fish. Oh, I remember now because it was like, in the beginning, I thought it was to keep us on their toes because we didn't know it was a shark yet. It was just like a huge fish in the water. But even after it was confirmed it was in fact a shark, they kept calling it the fish. And I know shark is a type of fish, I wrote, but in the sentence, the fish came swimming at me. And the shark came swimming at me. It gives me two different feelings, and I feel like we should say the shark, not the fish. I remember like there was one part of the book that were like screaming, "The fish is coming! The fish is coming!" And I was like, "It's a shark, though. We know it's a shark. Why can't we not say it's a shark? Why do we keep saying the fish?" But another thing that also was annoying to me was like they had a love affair in the book, and like it's not like I'm prude and I'm like, oh, you can't cheat in books and stories because that's horrendous. It's not something like that, but like they never gave a reason to why she was cheating. It was just like she said she loved her life. She said she loved her husband. She was extremely happy in her love life, and their relationship was the best she ever had. But then she goes out and she cheated, even though she was so extremely happy. That was also something that really, really annoyed me. I heard that Fortnite is going to add Miku and Godzilla to the game. What the fuck? That's random. Yeah, I don't know. I've never played Fortnite, so I'm not in the Fortnite loop, so to speak. But yeah, I don't know. I like the Jaws, but the constant referring to the shark as the shark as the fish was weird to me. Very weird. Oh, I don't know if I want to say anything about this. It's a manga called The Horizon, and I'm currently making a video on it, so I don't want to say too much. But it's the best manga I read 2024, hands down. It's amazing, and I also feel like you should read this without knowing too much about it. I feel like this is something you should go in blind if you're gonna read it, because that's how you're gonna experience it the best. But to give a little bit on it, it's about a near future where the grown-ups started having nuclear war on each other. We don't know why, we don't know how, but it starts with this little boy, as you can see over here. And all we know is there's no adults around, there's very little people anywhere. The entire world is basically dead, and you see this from the boy's perspective. Everything is described from a child's perspective, and everything you see is from his perspective, and he's just wandering and he's looking for a way to find home, and not home as in going home, back home to him, but finding a place he can call home and where he can feel safe. So it's called the Horizon because that's where he's going. He doesn't matter how far it is, he's just going to follow the horizon, and hopefully along the way he will find a place to call home. and it's a really beautiful story. It does not have much dialogue at all. It's almost all just pictures, but the pictures say so much about the story. It's just really beautiful. I love it. Read it. Oh yeah. After that, I wanted to read some more manga, so I picked this up. It's called Scumbag Loser. Lick Yamada Kunst Foot. Okay. Yeah. I I have to Google this because I remember I read it, and I read like an omnibus. I think there's 3 books in total. But I read like an omnibus of all of them. And I started reading it because I thought it was weird, because it sounded weird on like when they talked about what it was about in the synopsis. It was like this high schooler, and he had like a really sensitive smell. Like his smell was like 10 times stronger than other people. And people were like bullying him, but he was not like the lowest of the low. But then one day he become the lowest of the low, because the guy who was the lowest becomes popular because he has a girlfriend. And then this guy, he's like, oh shit, I don't want to be the last one, because then everyone is gonna pick on me and they're going to hit me and stuff. So he kind of like makes up the fact that he's together with this girl he went to school with when he was younger, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm dating this girl, so I also have a girlfriend, so you can't like, I'm not a loser, I have a girlfriend kind of thing. But then this girlfriend of his starts in his class the day after, and everyone is like, oh, your girlfriend is here, and he has to like play it off as in oh yeah, my girlfriend. And at first she's like confused, but then she starts like acting with him, and he's like, whoa, do you actually want to like pretend to be my girlfriend? And slowly but surely he realizes that this is actually not the girl, but is someone else just portraying the girl. But it got really weird with like sniffing panties and stuff, and I don't know, it was weird, so I dropped it. I think I read 2 of the 3 novels, but I read it in the omnibus, so I can't really be sure. There's no way I came back and my most recent message is still visible without scrolling up. Yeah. People are silently listening today. Huh? Nani? What? Oh my god, thank you! There's like 50 members! What the fuck? Thank you so much! Everyone is getting membership today! Thank you so much! Holy shit! Lol. Dame Gina, and she got one as well. Oh, it keeps going. Oh my god. I mean, there is 50 of them going to go around. Oh my god. Well. Now you have to scroll to see your message, though. Oh, that's funny. With my luck, I won't get it, but that's alright. Aww. Oh my god. I I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. That's crazy. It never happened with such a big number before. Oh, now I kind of feel bad. Thank you. Mm. We will hear the plinging a little bit for all the members to go through. So many people that I also I know so many of them on the list. Someone once donated like 2 members or something, and it went to people I've never seen in chat before, and that was kinda that was kinda sad, I thought, because I always want the people who are in chat a lot to get them, you know. Yes, the messages stop. Congrats to those who got a huge W. Yes, yes. We thank you. We thank you for the community service. Mm. And it's funny because we came to me work books again, which is kind of funny. The I used to hear them playing every time I'm trying to say something. Well, it's okay. It can be pinging. The first book you can see now over here is called En Book. It's basically a book. It's a picture book, like a child picture book about how awesome books are. There's nothing special to it. It's just like you can go to library and find books. You know, it's like a book to introduce to kids to love books, basically. Nothing special. Read it for work. Then you have the second book over here. It looks like, you know, a vampire and a witch. This is actually written by Harleen Engvall, who's a journalist. And she's a journalist that writes a lot about minors being exploited on social media for nudes and stuff like that from adults. And she started writing books for middle graders and young adults about the importance of who you're talking to on the internet, and stories that talk about when it's okay to do something and not do things when it comes to like Snapchat and Instagram and stuff like that. And this book is about when you have to give consent to do something. You can't just hug someone without consent. You can't kiss someone or grope someone if they don't consent first. So she writes books about these kind of topics. I read it. It was pretty good. They did it in a way. Is it okay to hug, or is it okay to post a selfie of you on my Instagram? So you have to get consent before you post pictures of someone else on the internet and stuff like that. Plus, it was a Halloween party in the book, I think. There's a lot of memberships. I got one too. Thanks. Yes. Thank you for the membership. Yes. Lola, with all the people being gifted member, it looks like you're part of the book. Yeah, that's true. I think I've seen more of those novellas books and similar topics in the local library. Yeah, they're very, very popular. I think there's like 7 books, and there's for middle graders, and then you have some for young adults that's above. Caroline Engvall has also written like non-fictional books about her work when she's been like infiltrating pedophiles and stuff like that. Like she'd been working really closely with people who's trying to like hunt down those kind of people and on social media. And it's an ever growing issue when it comes to social media today and how you can like go around stuff like that. May read this book at least after finish reading all of the Harry Potter books. I think this book is just like, it's very middle grade book-ish. I think it's like 20 pages or something like that. So it's very yeah, it's not a lot of pages to it, but I read it for work and I thought it was pretty good. It's good topic, and it's good to have in schools and like have the discussions with kids. I think she also have one book about like dick pics, but I'm not sure. It could be someone else, because I remember someone writing a middle grade book. I mean, it's for 10-year-olds or something like that. Like, it's about Snapchat and dick pics. Like, what do you do if you get a dick pic? I don't know. Yeah, something like that. There's a lot of those social media books now. After that, I became really interested in Sean Tan. And for you guys who don't know who it is, he's an artist that have done a lot of books. His books is so-called silent books, which is books without any text whatsoever. It's 100% just pictures, and you have to like follow the story through the pictures and the art that he has made. The first one, Kikada, is one of my favorite ones. It's about this little beetle here, and he is working a 9-to-5 job, and everyone is bullying him. His co-worker is bullying him, his bosses is bullying him, and one day he just can't stand it anymore, so he kind of moves on in his own way. Everyone has a different sense of what happens in the end, because it's never stated exactly what happened, and it all depends on who you are as a person and how you perceive the ending. Is it a happy ending or is it a sad ending? I had this in grade 6, and we talked about the ending with the students, and they all perceived it as a very sad ending, and they were all very, very sad about this book. And I told them it doesn't have to be sad, it could in fact be very hopeful and a very happy ending. And they were like confused that we had such different view of the same book. But I just like his way of styling and things, and these are 4 of the ones I read this year. I think he has one, it's called The Arrival. It's one of his most famous works, but I read that when it came out, and I think it was like 2018 or 19, 17 maybe. It was some years ago. It's that one is more about how it is to be a foreigner in a different country. You come to a country and you don't speak the language, you don't know where to go, all the signs are different, everything's just different. Like the houses are different, and what do you do when you come as a foreigner? It is a very beautiful story to see that way. There's another one called The Red Tree, I think. That's also really, really beautiful and really nice. So if you guys haven't experienced Sean Tan yet, I do, with a warm heart, say read, because his books are just so good and deep. They are like picture books, They are maybe like 20 pages each. Some are a little bit longer. The Arrival, I know, is longer. Maybe it's like 80 pages maybe. But like I said, there is no text at all. It's just pictures. So I don't know. I feel like read if you haven't. It's good. I never read a book that makes me basically choose the ending. Yeah, I mean that is true. I think it's just because, like, if you don't have the text, you don't actually know what happens. I can tell you, if you guys want, what happens in the end of Kikada, and why I'm saying that you have to choose the ending. He seems very sad, and everyone is bullying him, and he just hates his life and everything. You see different positions of him at work and at home, and he's just not happy. And in the end of the story, he's standing on top of the building where he works, and he throws himself off of the building, but then he spread wings and he flies away with the other bugs just like him. And my students thought that he committed suicide and he became like an angel. But I mean, there are bugs like him that has wings, and to me, I think it's more like a hopeful thing that he just left a job where he was unhappy and he spread his wings, and he found his people and happiness where he came, and he could spread his wings properly instead of being closed up and in a place where he was so unhappy. So I think it's depending on your own experience and how you feel in the moment when you look at the book. But I feel like a lot of his books have those kind of endings that, like, you can see it very sad, or you can see it as a happy, more hopeful ending. But yeah, definitely look out for his books. I really like them. I really like this book. I guarantee I'm getting. Do it, get it. Yeah. Oh yeah, I read this. Thomas Hardy, Tess of Durdevilles. It's a classic book. I read it because I wanted to do like a more classical, deep review. I wrote a manuscript for a review for this one, so I might at some point actually do a review on it, like a deep dive into it. I really loved this one. It was really, really good. It's basically about this girl named Tess. And her family are poor. The only thing they have going for them is that they have like some animals that can help them at the farm. But due to some stuff that happens, they have to, like, I think it was a horse, or it might have been a cow, that they have to shoot. And it was because of something that Tess did, so she feels like it was her fault that this happened. And because they lose this animal, they can't earn money like they did before. I think it was a horse. And they can't go to like the market and sell stuff now because they don't have a horse to the carriage, and they don't have enough money to buy a new horse. And she feels very like responsible for it. But then her mom hears like the rumor that they are actually named Dwarvilles or something like that, and they have some family upstate. Hello, John. Hello. They have some family upstate, and they ask like, can we send our daughter Tess there, and she can work there with the old lady who lives there and her son. And they are like, of course they can do that. And when she gets there, she feels like the son is very like overbearing, and he wants attention from her in a way that she does not. And he's like, but we're cousins, it's okay, blah blah blah. And she's like, oh, but I don't want to, you know. And it ends that she's trying really hard to push him away months after months, but after a while she just can't, and he kind of grapes her. And after he does that, he's like over with her, and he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna marry you, you're a ruined woman now. And she's like, what the hell? And then after that, he's like sending her home so she can't work at his family anymore, and she's sent home, and her family is like, you also come home a ruined ruined woman, because you're not virgin anymore, so we can't sell you to a marriage or something like that, and you don't have a job, and you're the reason this horse died. And then they send her off to be a milkmaid somewhere else, and she becomes actually happy there, and she falls in love with a man, and she's like, you can't be with you because I'm a ruined woman and everything. And he's like, oh, I don't mind, I don't know why you're saying you're ruined, blah blah blah, because she doesn't want to tell him the truth. But then in the end she tells him the truth, and he's like, that's fine, it doesn't matter, I still want to be with you. And she's like, no, I can't, you're too good for me. And yeah, it's a lot of drama. I can tell you this, she does not end up happy in the book, and I was so frustrated. Everything could have been resolved if people talk to each other in this book. It's so good though. And one of the reasons why I read this one by Thomas Hardy is because I heard somewhere Thomas Hardy is the reason cliffhangers were invented. Like, cliffhangers in books and series and everything like that, because he was writing for a magazine, so he was sending in one chapter after another, and he wanted like people to be interested enough. So in his books he would always leave his heroine literally hanging off a cliff in the end of each chapter, so that people be like, okay, I need to know what happens, was she saved? And that's how cliffhangers were made, because he had the heroines hanging off of cliffs. Yeah. In this book though, she does not hang off of cliffs, but you can tell that there were cliffhangers in every chapter, because it was really annoying, because you had to keep reading all the time. So the term cliffhanger, because concept has to be older. That's cool to know. Yeah, the more you know. See, I come with all the facts and information. Oh yeah, after that I was reading a graphic novel. I wanted to read something about AI bots. And there was this one book I really wanted to read. What was it called? AI Annie bot? Something with Annie. Let me see. I have it in my to read list. Oh yeah, Annie bot. It was called, by Sierra Greer. And Annie bot was basically AI robot girlfriend who does everything for you. And I wanted to read something similar to that. And I found this graphic novel called Alex and Ada. Alex, he doesn't really want an AI girlfriend or a robot girlfriend, but his grandma is like, oh, I got a boyfriend, AI boyfriend, and he's so amazing. He got everything, and I can buy bigger PP for him too. I can upgrade any part I want, and if you don't like the way she looks, you can just like remodel the face and everything. And he's like, yeah, I just went through a breakup, grandma. I don't want a hot robot girlfriend. And she's like, oh, but it's good for you, it's very good for you. Oh, hi, take many. hello. And in the end, his grandma buys one for him anyway, and he's like, oh my god, I hate her, I'm gonna send her back. But then he kind of doesn't send her back, because he kind of falls in love with her, and then he gets into this big thing that, you know, you can't give. He doesn't like the way that she is AI and a robot, so he kind of makes her go through a surgery so she gets like a conscience, and that's illegal to do. And then they have people like chasing them because you can't have a robot that has a conscience. I used to try to make books, I think like 7 in total, but just never happy with them. Yeah, I know the feeling. I also wrote a lot of books, but I was never happy with the result either in the end. It was a fun graphic novel, I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of fun and all. There's three omnibuses. I think there's like 3 graphic novels in each of them. So I think there's like in total 9. But they made omnibus volumes of them, so there's like 3 omnibus volumes together. That actually sounds like a fun story that you're talking about. Yeah, it's a fun story. It's a lot of like what is right and not right, like, you know, how much conscience can we give a robot, and is it actually okay to do it, and even if it's called a conscience, is it real or is it just pretend conscience? Because he gets freaked out by the fact that when he goes to bed, she's just sitting at the sofa waiting for him to like wake up again. And he's like, can you not go to bed with me, like, and we can cuddle? And she's like, no, I'm a robot. And he's like, oh, okay. And he wants he was a normal girlfriend, but she's not a normal girlfriend, she's a robot, you know. But it's pretty good. It's very good. The ending, I didn't see the ending coming actually, so like the ending was actually pretty good as well. I enjoyed it. It was a very easy read as well. So yeah, if you're into graphic novels and AI robots and stuff, like this is pretty good. After that, I read Tora Princess. The first one. I didn't read the second one right away because I hated the first one. You might have seen the video I did on Tora Princess. I've changed my mind because everyone in the comments told me that the first one is shit and the second one is where it's at, and it gets better for every volume. And I was like, I don't believe you guys. You guys are just trying to fool me into reading some garbage. But then I read the second one after a month because I felt like I need to trust a little bit. And you were right, I was wrong. But it's just so weird because like it's such a vastly different story. Not like the story is not different, but the way it's written is extremely different. It feels like the author wrote the first one when he was like 15, and he's like an edgelord writing, and he's like, oh, this is what I want when I was like 15 or whatever. And the second one feels like he has matured into a 25-year-old, and he suddenly knows exactly how the world works. And that's weird to me, how you can go from that book to that book that feels like an experience of 10 years of span, but he wrote them a month in between each other. It doesn't add up to me, you know? I dislike the first one, but since you told us it gets better, I put it back on my plan to read this. I mean, it is crazy. Like, I thought... like, this was like so garbage to me, and then I read this and I was like, it's pretty good. Why is it good though? And then the person who told me this was going to get better, he was like, the third one though, the third one. And I was like, is it getting even better in the third one? I mean, I don't know, it's crazy to me. Because I feel like it has to be 2 very different authors. It could be a translation thing, that someone translated it badly, maybe, but not that badly, right? Because I felt like this had like cool concepts of like the world building, but then it was like weirdly fetishized and weirdly edge lordy kind of thing, and I felt like it kind of ruined the mood. But here it just works. I don't know. This stream just helped me realize I use for my spare headset. I can get into audiobooks while chilling. You can! I love audiobooks. I usually listen to audiobooks when I'm, you know, washing the dishes or doing housework, or when I'm working out, when I'm at the gym, I listen to books as well. The covers look very good. Exactly. I was drawn to the cover. That was why I got the first one. But then I read it and I was like, what the fuck is this garbage? I don't know. I feel like maybe I should reread the first one, because maybe I was just too harsh on the first one. Or maybe I was too nice on the second one because I didn't want to shoot my supporters in the feet when they said this was good. I don't know. Maybe I just read the first one when I was not feeling it. Maybe I read it at the wrong time. I don't know. No, you know, the first one sucked. I'm gonna stand by it. The second one was pretty good. After that, I read this story. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. I think it's called Welcome Home Alice, right? Well, there's something Welcome Alice. Something Alice? Welcome Back, Alice. Okay, Welcome Back, Alice. It's by one of my favorite manga artists. He usually does like coming of age stories and a lot of okairi adisu. But he does a lot of coming of age stories about like young adults finding sexuality and stuff like that. But he also brings in, he has a horror aspect of himself, and I'm not saying that is like, you know, horrific or spooky in a way. It's just like he depicts humans in a very bad light. And I don't know how to explain it, but like his books are very he doesn't justify stuff. He let people show their flaws, and he let their flaws be flaws, and sometimes those flaws are just horrible and horrific, and that's just how it is. And he depicts mental health very well. And I don't know if I should say it's a horror related, but he do have like this sense of like humans are scary. Humans is definitely a scary breed. I think I got the first volume and not read it though. Yeah, it's basically about this guy you can see down here. He falls in love with a girl, and he wants to be with a girl, and he's going to like confess to this girl. But then this childhood friend of his starts his class in like high school, but it's not a boy anymore, but it's a girl. And you will think, oh, they're trans, but we'd never get that explained if they're trans. because he kind of just explains himself as he has always been this way. He's always felt this way and this is who he is, but he doesn't like want to have a pronoun or anything like that. But he is also in love with the main character, this guy. And when he starts his class, he wants to like get him back because they were best friends in middle school, and now in high school they kind of like drifted apart. And now when they're like, he's a girl, he kind of wants to show his emotions and his love for his former best friend, kind of. Flower of Evil. I love Flower of Evil. So good. Another one I do recommend is also... it's called Inside Mari. Sorry, Inside Mari. Very, very interesting. Inside Mari is basically about a girl named Mari, and she's being stalked by this university dude, and he wants nothing more than to be with her. And then one morning he wakes up as her, and he doesn't know how he's inside of her, and he's trying to like, what do I do to get back to my old body, and how do I get Mari back into Mari's body. And at first when I was reading it, I was like, oh, it's just like a body swap thing. But the ending to that manga was crazy, and I never saw that twist coming at the end. I was like baffled. But it's such a good story though. He has another one, Blood on the Track or something. Wait. Blood on the Tracks, it's called. It's basically about a son who has a very unhealthy relationship with his mother, and his mother has a lot of mental issues, and she wants things from him that he can't give her, not sexually, but like she wants things to feel like her life has meaning and stuff, and he can't really provide that because he's too young and he doesn't actually know what his mom wants. But he's very obsessed with his mom and wants his mom to be happy, and he's obsessed to the way that he does things, criminal things, to get his mom's approval. But no matter what he do, she never gives it to him. That's also a very good one. I'm back. Did I get gifted members? Yeah. Someone gifted 50 members. You might have been one of the ones that got gifted. But yeah, I really like this author. I feel like the author does something with the genre and the stories that others don't. I know a lot of people don't like to read his books because, I mean, they are young adults. They are like, you know, high schoolers, and they are discovering sexuality and sex, and people don't think it's okay to depict that in manga. But I kind of feel like, you know, it's like they don't do it in a porno way. It's very like, you know, still kind of covered and stuff. They're just talking about it. But I just feel like, you know, it's a coming of age book. Teens do it. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I just noticed someone gifted 50 members. I know. They also gifted 50 members and didn't write anything. It was like they gifted and then skedaddled. Hello, Frog. Welcome. I like this story as well. Welcome back, Alice. But the only thing I didn't like was the ending, because the ending didn't make sense to me. Because the main character is struggling, that he kind of do have a thing for his like childhood friend who's now a girl. He can't describe it or what it is, but he feels like they have a special connection and they have something. But his dream girl is this girl that he have confessed to, so he's like in a love triangle between these three people, and he can't like decide. And then the ending kind of threw me off, and I was like, okay, I'm done. I felt like the story was very good up to like the 2 last volumes. I was not very impressed with how the ending was being made. So if you want to read something from this author, I do recommend Inside Mari. That's more like a thriller, or Blood on the Tracks. Blood on the Tracks are what I understood finished right now, to the fact that his childhood is finished, but is going to continue in a second story about him as an adult and how his childhood together with his mom has affected his adulthood as well. And the author wrote in one of the books that that story is very much based on real life experience, because he had a very unhealthy relationship with his mom. So he's taking a lot of inspiration from his own childhood into that story, which you can kind of tell. How are you, Ophi? I'm good. I got my coffee, and I'm talking about books, so I'm happy bumblebee. Oh yeah, this is another book I read for work. I don't really have anything to say about this more than I read it. It's a picture book for children. I love the art style. Otherwise, I kind of don't feel like it had anything special. It's called Ingen utom jag, Nobody But Me. Yeah, you can see the child, like he's playing on this float boat, and in the beginning you see how it looks like in reality, and then the other pictures that you see in the rest of the picture book is like how he's imagining himself, and the way he's imagining to play, like he's, a pirate or whatever, so it's like you see it through an adult's view in the beginning, and then you see it through a child's view in the rest of the book. And it was cool. It was nice. It doesn't have a translation. It's a Swedish book. Then I read this one. It's a Korean book about a bookshop. It's called Welcome to the Huangdong Bookshop. It's about this girl who... the boyfriend that she had, he kind of dumps her, and he's like, I'm dumping you, and I'm gonna get married to this girl, and he kind of like proposed to another girl at the same company as they work at, all three of them, and she then realizes like the relationship they had for a few years. She was the lover, and he was actually dating her coworker, and she was just like the side chick. But now that he's going to get engaged and get married, he kind of wants her to be gone, kind of, and that hurts her a lot. And she also feels like she can't work at the same job as those two, because that would be very awkward and weird. So she kind of quit her job. She just got dumped, and she's just very, very depressed. And her uncle that has this bookshop kind of invites her, and he's like, come live with me, and you can work some extra shifts at the bookshop. And yeah, it is very, very much like that one, not gonna lie. Yeah, the Morisake bookshop, yeah, it's very much like it. Wait, or am I speaking about the Morisake one? Because I read the Morisake right after this one. Are they the same book? This might be another book, actually. It might be... Let me see. No, that is the Murasaki one. This one is kind of the same. It's about a woman who gets burned out, and her marriage is failing, and her high flying career is also kind of failing, and she just wants to have a nice, quiet life. So she kind of like quits her life and she starts a bookshop somewhere, and she hopes like that's gonna do it. So she divorced her husband and start this bookshop. It's kind of like the same idea, I guess, because she's super depressed as well in the beginning, and she's like, "Oh, why did I divorce my husband?" Yeah, my bad. They're basically the same book, though. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. I can't keep them apart though, you know. But this one is more like she divorced her husband, like quit her job because she doesn't feel happy at the corpo she's working at, and then she opens a bookstore because she likes bookstores. But then she realizes she doesn't know anything about books, and she doesn't know how to sell books because life. Yeah. The confusion is fair. Thank you. Thank you. I got a copy of this one, found it in a book fair, but I haven't read it yet. Yeah. I remember I read it and I thought it was very cozy. I like the way... Because this is the one where she doesn't know anything about books, and so she has to like gather information on how do you display books, how do you get books, how do you know what books to buy to the store, because like you can't just buy crime books, because if nobody in that area likes crime books, you're not gonna sell any books. So you need to know like what does the majority of people here like, so what can I buy? And she starts like author nights and stuff like that. I thought it was nice. But yeah, the first one I talked about was definitely the Morisaki Bookshop, which I read directly after. So you will see it soon. I also read Oscar Wilde, the Profundis. And yeah, I don't know. I read, you know, his books, and I really liked him. And the Profundis is basically he went to jail for being gay. Basically, his lover. This is Oscar Wilde, and this is his lover. His lover's dad did not want Oscar Wilde to be with his son, and he said, "My son is not gay. Oscar is just like making him gay." And so his lover's dad called the cops on Oscar Wilde and said he's doing profanity things, you know, to my son. And then they sent him to prison. And in prison, he wrote a long extended letter to his lover, and how hurt he was and how he was feeling while being in jail. And this is basically the letter, and the letter is like 100 pages or so. It's very long letter about just his life, and how he didn't appreciate his lover's dad sending him to jail, especially because as soon as he got out of jail, they got back together, so the dad couldn't really keep them away from each other. I just read it for funsies. It was fun. Oh yeah, I had also a Russian phase when I read a lot of Russian literature. And this one people talked a lot about, the Chekhov one, the ward number 6, about this psychic ward where they did a lot of experiment on people, and how the doctor was not like super in the beginning he thought this is the right way to do it, but then after a while he was like, okay, this does not feel good anymore. We're doing bad things to people and we're hurting them more than we're helping them. It's a very short story, like a short story novel. I thought it was pretty good. Nothing that, like, you know, it wasn't good in the fact that I will think about it daily and be like, oh yeah, that changed my life. But it was still like, it's worth a read. It was interesting enough. It kept me entertained while I read it. Then we came in, okay, there's a lot of books here. I was going to put them 1-on-1, but then I realized that's dumb. Then summer came. We're only on summer and we've been talking for 3 hours soon. But then summer hit and I was doing a Roman and a Greek drama lyricist course in a university. Every summer I do like summer courses just for funsies, and these are some of the books that we read and did some reviews on. I read Agamemnon, The Frogs, this is Aristophanes, Oedipus, Antigone, Medea, the Bacchae, Lystratia. Yeah, I read a lot of these and I loved them a lot. I read Oedipus in high school. Oedipus is really good. I really like Oedipus. I like the fact that he's doing everything to not live up to the prophecy, but because he's doing that, that is what drives him to do the prophecy, which is really fun to me. Like, they doing their best to like keeping him from doing it, but then he do it because they're keeping him from doing it. Medea is one of my favorite ones ever. I loved The Frog as well. Antigone, you know what? All of these 5 stars. If you're into Roman and Greek stuff, read this. Read it. Great stuff. I also want to say that I handed in like a long essay on all of these, and I got the highest score, and the university teacher even said, oh my god, you're so knowledgeable about everything. And I was like, yeah, that's me. So now you know I am very knowledgeable about classic literature. I also read these. These are the non-fictional books that I read about, because I read the former were like, you know, like plays, like the drama and tragic plays that was. But I also took another course that summer about the Caesars and how they have been depicted in different media, and reviewing if it mattered who was talking about the Caesars and what kind of facts that we got from the Caesars. So I read Dick Harrison, which is one of my favorite Swedish historian. I love all the works that he done. So if you know Swedish or is Swedish, Dick Harrison, if you're into historic stuff, he writes the best thing. He recently wrote a book about witches, and it's like the biggest book I've seen and read, because I read it, of course, about witches and witch hunts and how witches have been depicted in different media in different parts of the world, and what they've been called, and if they've been good or bad. Very cool, very cool. But then we have Tacitus, the Imperial Rome. This is Tacitus also wrote the one behind me, the Histories, but Tacitus, he was a very boring man, I was gonna say, but he was very skeptical, boring man who just like he wrote chapters about the history and the Caesars and stuff that he information that he was given. Then you have Suetonius around here, this one. I think the English version of this one is called the 12 Caesars. The Swedish one is called Kejsarbiografier, which is Caesar biographies. But I think the English title is the 12 Caesars, and it's by Suetonius. And Suetonius was he was like that old lady who loves to talk about all the gossip that she hears, and gossiping about everything. In his biography, because there's one chapter from all the Caesars, he's not writing facts that you can find in Tacitus. He's just writing everything high and low that he hears. If his neighbor tells him that he heard that the Caesar diddles kids, he will write it in his memoirs here that his neighbor said something about it. He doesn't need any proof, anything whatsoever. So reading Suetonius was really, really funny because there was like a lot of gossip. You have to take everything with like a bit of salt though, because I assume not a lot of the things that he wrote about were actually true. So many classic. I hoard classics. One I should read more. Yes, classics are really good. I love classics. Dick Harrison is nice. I love Dick Harrison. I almost have all his books. I just think I've gone to a lot of seminars that he's been having, and he's such a fun person to listen to. He doesn't just write history in a fun, easy, accessible way. He's also really, really, really funny to listen to. Like, oh my god, the seminars that he have, golden. But yeah, if you ever feel like you want to know more about the Caesars, read Tacitus or Suetonius. I would say read both. It's basically the same information, but here he's been doing a lot of research in Tacitus, and Suetonius is just taking anything that he hears and puts it in his book. Which means Suetonius is more fun to read, obviously. Oh yeah, after that, the Stephen King book got out, the You Like It Darker. Not a big fan, actually. This is a short story collection. Some were good, some were bad, some were mediocre. I can't say like, oh my god, this book is like the best he ever written, because it's not. But I read it as the big Stephen King nerd I am. I also bought all the copies because there's they came out with 3 different copies on the books, and I bought all 3 of them. So I do have all 3 collectibles of it. I presume you can hear where all my money goes. Oh yeah, after that I read some more graphic novels. I read Batman White Knight, and this is like a spin-off on the side of Batman uses something on the Joker, and that kind of makes him sane. So it's kind of going into the idea that the Joker had a brain damage, and that was what made him kind of insane and do all these crazy things. But after Batman kind of cured him, he is now suing both Batman and Gotham City for all the abuse they put him through instead of helping him with his actual mental health. And then he, after suing Batman and Gotham City, he's trying to become like the new governor or president over Gotham City and trying to take over Gotham City. And everyone is like, but he's the Joker, but he's not the Joker anymore because he's cured. And it's really good. I liked it. It's definitely a new twist and spin on the Joker and the Batman. So it didn't work. I mean, I can't say because that would be spoiling the ending. So if you want to read it, you have to read it yourself to see if it worked, if he was actually cured or not. Have to be villain to run for office. I mean, I guess that's true. That's true. I mean, Batman goes to prison though for abusing Joker for X amount of times. So that's kind of funny how they actually put Batman in jail. I like that part. And then, of course, Harley Quinn is like super stoked and she's like, oh my god, you fooled everyone. And the Joker is like, I did not fool anyone. I'm actually sane. And you can also be sane. And she's like, what the fuck? No. What? And he kind of throws her to the side and she's like, in the beginning, she's very much like, oh, he's just pretending because once he's in office and governor, he's just going to be like, haha, I was Joker all the time and now I have power. But it doesn't really happen. And she's like, oh shit, I need to have my Joker back. I thought it was pretty good. So if you're into Batman comics, definitely look up. Oh yeah, I read this one. And I was confused as fuck. So I need someone to explain to me why this is so highly recommended by all the light novel people. Because I bought it because I was interested. And I read it. I only read the first part. And then I was like confused because he kept referring to, but that happened last week and on this happened last week and because of that this happened. And I was like, what the fuck happened last week? Can you tell me the background story, what happened last week? I kind of felt all the time like there was a book before this one. Like I started reading the second book in a series. And then I googled, and it turns out that this book is actually considered chronologically to be the second book. And there is a book before that, but the book before that is actually chronologically the second book. So the second book is the first book, and the first book is actually the second book. And I was like, but why would you do that? It makes no sense to me. And then the little girl, the snail girl. Huh? And all the sexualization. They were like sexualizing so many things in this book, and I was confused. And then I read somewhere like the author just wanted, like, he didn't know it was going to blow up, and he just wanted to like write like different characters meeting and their dialogue interactions, and that was kind of what he wanted to just write because he had ideas and he just put it down on paper. So that's why he never like went into the background stories of anything, and that's why when he realized it was so popular, he had to do it in the second book. And I was like, okay, I get it. It's light novel. It was published online first. I get it, but the sexualization of everything. Oh my god. I read it. I was confused. I'm still confused. I have many questions. I feel like I don't get any answers the more I Google it, because I get more questions the more I Google it. And I don't know if I should continue the story. If it's like, is it worth continue the story? Is it going to get good? Or is it just confusion the entire way through? Is Sally gotta go? I'm kind of tired. Oh, that's okay, Tech. Have a lovely evening and sleep well. The series is, in my opinion, a second most overrated series in existence. Sexualizing YA is definitely the worst part, but generally it's just kind of fun ride you go along with. Yeah, I kind of felt like it was like, you know, okay, whatever, I just go with it, and that kind of just went like, it made it better. It was kind of fun, but it's also like, do I continue the story? Because I felt like there was no substance. I just felt like it was like one crazy interaction after another crazy interactions with no background explanation, and I felt like I was lacking the explanation. It was just like, okay, now I want these two characters to talk to each other and have some banter. That's it. Now we're done. But the things they were talking about, it surely has a background story, right? I just felt like I was confused because there were no proper background stuff. Is 90% yapping? I mean, I don't mind if it's just like dialogue based, but like if we could have like explanations to the things that they're talking about. Like he kept talking about how he experienced this before, you know, the girl with the glasses that I read somewhere becomes the white cat somehow. And why did we get to see that interaction when he saw her being bitten by the thing and the stuff, and how he was bitten by a vampire, and his interaction with that, because it starts with a girl who's lightweighted, you know, and then he starts like talking to her about, yeah, I experienced that before, like, you know, blah blah blah, and she's like, oh, okay, but they don't go into depth on it, so it's like I have to like I kind of like had to make up the story myself and be like, it's probably like this. It was like I had to write the story for myself because it was never explained on paper. It kind of comes together, but it does also not. It's super weird. Okay. I see. Okay. So maybe it's not like, maybe I should pick it up in confusion and just read it as is and not look too deep into it. Just like enjoy the ride and the weirdness of it, but that's it. Not have much substance to it, rather. Because I read this and I was weirded out by it, but I also have 2 more in the series in my bookshelf, right? Yeah, I have 2 more in my bookshelf, and I'm like, do I read them? Will I understand something if I read them? But yeah, we will see. Maybe I will pick it up at some point. I gave it a 3 though, because it was somewhat enjoyable, but I was just like a big question mark the entire time. Yeah. Another book I read for work, Räven och Mullvaden. It's a ghost story. It's by Cecilia Häkkiliki. Finnish name, yes. Heikkilä. And it's about a fox and a mole. There you go, it's a mole. And they're best friends, except in the winter, the mole is going to the fox and having dinner every day. But the colder it gets, the less food the fox have, because he has to like invite the mole every day, and he's eating a lot of food. And the mole never invites the fox to him, and then when the fox does not have any more food to eat, he starts to starve, of course, and he gets crazy. as you can see here in the shadow. And he wants to eat the mole because he's mad at the mole for the mole eating all his food. It's a picture book. It's very cute. It's a little bit about the fact that you can't just expect people to give you everything. You have to like give back too, because if you don't like give anything back, in the end, the people might get mad at you. It's kind of like that story. No bloodshed in this kid's book though, so he does actually not eat the mole, I can say. Yeah, when we were silent, I read, and I don't know why I read it. I don't know why it was on my TBR, but it was on my TBR and I read it. And the entire time when I was reading it, I was just thinking, why am I reading this and why is it on my TBR? Because it's not the kind of book I would ever consider reading myself. It's about SA and Grape that happened in a school. And they're going to court and they're trying to find evidence and stuff and that happened to it. And some stuff happens and it's basically a court drama about SAing in a university school and about girls who had to be silent due to stuff. And it's not really my cup of tea to read this. I read it and it was good. It was a good court drama. I felt like half the book was really good because it takes place in the past and the present. In the past, we get like what actually happened in the essaying and the grape of the girls involved, and then in the future we get the court drama of them actually being in court and how the court case is going. I was more interested in the past story than the future story, but they were like woven into each other kind of beautifully, so it kind of worked out in the end. I feel like it was pretty good. But definitely not the kind of books I usually read, so I don't really know why I had it on my list at all. It might have been that I was looking up like what are they called? They're called dark academia books. I think I was looking for dark academia books and people were like, this is dark academia, and it's not really dark academia. Just because it takes place in a university does not make it a dark academia. I just want to point that out. But it was pretty good, I guess. After that, I read The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. And I was listening to this as an audiobook in the beginning, and I got really irritated by the person reading it because like the story was really good, but the way the person was reading it was just really boring. So I like halfway through the book I had to like stop listening to the audiobook and read the book myself. And when I did that, the book became a lot better. I don't know why, but the person who was reading it just made everything sound so boring. I don't know, it was just like the way they were reading it just made it weird. But yeah, what happens when the aliens are taking over? Definitely like a good one. I love the movie they made on this as well, but I actually have never read the book before, so this was my first time reading the book, and I think I like the book a lot more than the movie. Yeah, I really want to read more of Wells' books because I feel like I know a lot of the stories because they are classics, so I know of them, but I haven't personally actually read them. And when I read this, I was really surprised about how he writes his stories, because it is a like writing style that really suits my taste. So I think I will pick more of his books up. I do have some of his books on my TBR, but I just haven't gotten that far yet. I love that book. Yeah, it was a great book. And it was also short. So if you want to get into a classic that's really easily to get into, an easy read, that's not that big or thick, this is a good choice. Really good choice. Science fiction, aliens. What else can you want in a book, right? Oh yeah. Then I read this one. I love this one so much. It's another Japanese story. It's called Kamogawa Food Detectives. It's basically about this father and daughter running a restaurant, and the restaurant is like, it is a restaurant, but it's also a detective bureau, and it's a food detective bureau. So if you have like you remember a recipe of some sort, and you're like, oh, I remember when they made this udon noodles and it was like the best I've ever had, but I don't remember like how to make it. My grandma made it or whatever. Can you please tell me and help me find the taste? And the father is a detective, but he's also very well versed when it comes to food. He basically do some investigations and ask around and try to find out just how to make the recipe that you're asking of. And then it's like episodical. It's like people coming to the restaurant and they have like different kind of recipes and different background stories to why they want to experience certain things. For example, this one husband, his late wife who died, she made some noodles, I think it was, that he really, really enjoyed. And he been wanting his new wife to make it, but even if she's using the same ingredients, it just doesn't taste the same. And he's asking the food detectives, like, what is she doing wrong? What are we doing wrong? What are we not taking into consideration? And he's doing some investigation just to find out that it depends on if you're doing the stock from scratch or if you buy it. The late wife who died, she also bought everything from a certain shop, like the meat and the vegetables from a certain shop which was ecologically made, and that makes a huge difference in the consistency of the food as well. And also, if you live in a different area, the water that you get in the tap might be very different depending on where you live and what area you live at, so that also makes a huge difference. But there's like cute stories like that, very food related, and it was just a very cozy, wholesome story. I read there's like 6 books, but they haven't translated more than the first one yet. But they're going to translate the other ones, so they're coming soon, and I'm really looking forward to it. I have that book, Food Detective. It's in my TBR, so not read it yet. Yeah, it's definitely a book. If you like books like the Japanese cozy vibe books, this is definitely for you. I'm not huge on food making, but you don't have to be like into food to still enjoy this book. So don't get scared about it being too much like food talk, because it's definitely made for everyone. Oh yeah, I read this. It came out like I was recommended this like on my Swedish audio app. It was just like, hello, you like this book? Maybe you will also enjoy this book. And it's both audio and ebook, and it was a short story, so I listened to it actually. It's a Magical Girls Retires, and it's a Korean book about a girl who she's just like sick with life and she doesn't really want to live anymore. And she just decides to, this is it, kinda. And that's when an angel appears to her and she's like, but you're a magical girl. And she's like, what? And she's like, yeah, you can have magical powers and defeat demons and stuff. Please live. And she's like, okay. And then she gets like superpowers and becomes like Sailor Moon or whatever. But it's kind of not like Sailor Moon because it's more like Madoka, like you know, the dark secrets to it. After the story was very cute and very wholesome, but also very good with like supernatural stuff and magical things. But in the end, it was alright. It was nothing special, but it was alright. But then I heard that the book has a lot of illustrations, and I looked it up. The illustrations go hard. Like, I remember when I saw it, I was like, oh shit, I should have read it myself and not listen to the audiobook. I need to add this because it's titled because medical girls. I mean, I love the fact that they have illustrations in real life, but it's also like, you know, when she becomes a magical girl, it's kind of funny because she's like, okay, when do I get superpowers? And her angel is just like, oh, you know, you get it. And she's like, what? And how do I like transform like Sailor Moon then? Like, how do I get my magical girl outfit? And she's like, oh, you know, you have to sew it yourself. So it's like, and then to like when she becomes a magical girl, she has to like make her own outfit, and she has to go to like job interviews as a magical girl to like get a magical girl job. And it's kind of like the same as being a normal person, but you're just a magical girl, but you have to do everything yourself. It was just a kind of like wacky, funny take on magical girls, I feel. Definitely a fun read, and it was also very short, and yeah. Oh, here we go. The Days of Morisaki Bookshop. This is the this is the book I was talking about before, where the girl got dumped and she goes to her uncle's bookshop. It's the Morisaki Bookshop. I read the first one and I read the second one, which is More Days at the Morisaki Bookshop. I didn't actually like the second one. Like, I understood the purpose of it. I understood why it was. But just not for me, I think. Reminds me of manga anime. Oh, the corporate magical girls. I've seen that. I haven't seen the episode, but I've seen clips of it. I do love myself magical girls, though. I'm a huge fan of magical girls. I bought the second one a couple weeks ago and haven't read it yet. I mean, it's not like it's bad. It's just like, you know how the uncle in the first one, he's talking about his wife and everything, and how she just like up and went and left. Then she comes back, you know, in the first one. The second one, we get and experience why the wife left and why she came back. And she and the main character go on a trip together, and she show her where she spent all those years when she was gone, kinda. So it's not bad, it's just like I felt like it wasn't needed. Was it in the first one? The fuck was in the second one? Did it really go to the mountains? No, I don't think so. Isn't the second one when she goes to the mountains? Yeah, something about like, you know, the bookstore is going to like close down and they have to like decide if they're gonna keep it or what they're gonna do, and then the she takes them on like the hot spring. Maybe it was the first one, because the second one is about the uncle I'm reading here. I don't remember. Na, 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 na. Okay, yeah, I get it. Okay, this one is okay. Yeah, I didn't really like the wife. That's why I have that in mind. I thought the second book was about the wife. But this one is basically about the bookstore going to cancel and they might need to shut the doors forever. So she and her uncle have to decide if they're going to do something to keep it. So they have to go to like they're on a journey together to the family roots to see if they can maybe survive the bookshop. And then there's some more people coming and learning new people. Okay, maybe. I don't remember this book, to be honest. I just feel like I'm out of the loop now. Okay, someone is writing here, this is the kind of book and sequel where nothing actually happens, but you kind of feel moved anyway because you like the first one. Okay, maybe that's it then. Not a lot of things happened in the second book, because I gave this 2 stars and I just said it was good, but what happened? I don't know. I feel like it's just like it wasn't a book that was needed and nothing really happened in it. Oh, this is fine. I just don't remember stuff sometimes. That's good. But yeah, I feel like I probably didn't like it because it just felt like, okay, did we really need it? Because I don't remember much of it. I just presumed it was about the wife and her life and her cancer or whatever she had. Anyway, moving on. Oh yeah. I wanted to read a Yuri manga, so I read this one. Our Teachers Are Dating, which is basically about 2 teachers being in love with each other and dating. But I wanted it to be fluffy, cute, blah blah blah, and I guess this is fluffy and cute and blah blah blah. But I thought it was really weird when they started asking their high school students stuff about their relationship, and they'd be like, oh, hello class, I really want to kiss her, but I don't know how to do it, teehee, please help me. And I thought that was really weird. As someone who actually works in a school, I find it very weird. I would never ask my students sexual or romance advice at all. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. Yeah, we're talking about all the books I read, and this is a Yuri. So I actually never finished it. I read a few chapters in, and then I was kind of weirded out about how they were like constantly forcing their students into their relationship, and I thought that was really weird. Like I understand it's supposed to be like a cutesy, funsy little thing, but when you work in a school and you kind of know how it works and stuff, I don't know, man. It just felt weird to me, so I couldn't enjoy it. Somehow I came up with the Yuri section. Yes. Oh, speaking of Yuri, this is the yaoi, Chinese yaoi I read, where they're homophobes. Case file compendium, it's called. And And the author's name is that up here, but it's also named Meat Bun by fans. So, and apparently Meat Bun have written a lot of these Chinese male-to-male love stories, light novels. I have another one. It was The Heavenly Blessing, I think. Yeah, I can't see it now. No, it was kind of something, You're a Dog or something. I don't remember. I have another one. But these, I talked about this on my stream yesterday. These are basically homophobes. The one you talked about yesterday, exactly. I am making a video about this one because I have so much to say. But I can take up my notes for this. The first thing I wrote in my doc is homophobic main character ? And then I wrote, because the story is about this guy here. He has a mental illness, which makes him into a sociopath. And this guy down here is his doctor, you know? And he is a homophobe, and he's an even bigger homophobe, but they have tension between each other for some reason. And a lot of people die in their surrounding for some reason. Anyway, the mental illness that this guy have, you know, you thought, oh, hello, it's probably going to be like he's a sociopath or something. No. Our Chinese author made she made she made a mental illness for him. And you know what it's called? Psychological Ebola. Take that in. Psychological Ebola. And he can make any person do anything he wants if they sniff his blood. Oh my god. Greetings, what did I walk into? Oh, I'm just talking about a Chinese yaoi I read 2024. Psychological what? Ebola. Okay. And then I wrote, that was my third thing I wrote in my doc here. I wrote psychological Ebola. That's weird. What the fuck? What is that even? ? That's my third pointer. My other pointer is there's a lot of cursing randomly in text. Kind of feels unnecessary. On page 38, they say, and since the florist really hadn't paid enough fucking attention to me. And that's not even people talking. It's not even a dialogue. This is description. The author is cursing in description. Yeah. And then, oh yeah, there was a backstory about this guy. His mom, she was like, oh my god, you're taking so much time from your doctor. And he was like, what do you mean, mom? And he was like 10 years old, and he was like 20 or something. I don't know. There's a age difference here, I can tell you. But then he was like, what do you mean, mom? And he was like, oh, you know, son, if you take so much attention from your doctor, he will never find a bride and he will never get married, which means that you have to take care of him for the rest of your life. And he, as a 10-year-old, has a tantrum because he does not want to marry a dude because he hates the gay people and he's the biggest homophobe ever. And that's the reason why he's a homophobe. Because his mom made a joke that he might have to marry his doctor because he's taking too much time from his doctor. And Another thing, I was on page 52 when I wrote this in my document. He's straight has to be said in every sentence. Every time he's gonna do something, he says, I'm straight, but I'm gonna do this. I'm straight, but I'm going to go to the right instead of left. I'm straight, but I can still comfortably invite a man into my university dorm room. I'm straight, but I can still have lunch with a male friend. Are you telling me straight people don't have lunches with their male friends? So now you guys know out there, if you have male friends and you have lunch with them, you gay. That's just how it works. That's the most fragile masculinity I ever heard of. I know. I gave this book a 2. But I think about this book every fucking day. Because it's hilarious how bad it is and how funny that makes it. And I have so much to talk about. There's gonna be a long video about this one. But there's like 5 books in this series now, and I might want to actually buy them all and read them. Because it's just like a train wreck of everything. I don't know. Shit, gonna have to tell my wife I'm gay? Yeah, damn. The way he insists he's straight is pretty gay. I know, right? I know. And on page 55, I wrote, they have a homophobe competition. They're trying to like out homophobe each other. Like one of them is like, wait, I can pick it up. I have the book right here. Wait. Okay, I have it. Page 55. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's see if I can find the homophobe of. Okay. Shi Sheng imagined the scene for a moment. With a chilly expression, he tersely replied, "Too gay. I'm homophobic." Shi Sheng shoved Hu Yu away. He circled around him to enter the dorm and began searching. Hu Ye has a loss for words. What? That's not what I meant. If you're homophobic, then I'm even more homophobic than you are. Where's the hairdryer? Shi Sheng didn't even want to continue, and he couldn't be bothered to even explain how homophobic he was compared to Hu Yi. It's on the chair, Hu Yi said. And it goes on and on and on. If you're homophobic, then I'm even more homophobic than you are. Oh my god. What is even out homo vibe? I don't know. This was a really crazy book. I laughed so much when I read this because it's just so ridiculous. Like, people don't talk like this. And there was like another time where they like, you know the moments in animes and series where like they come to a place and they have to like take into a hotel and there's only one bed and they have to share the bed. Ooh, that happened. But they didn't want to share bed because that's too gay, and none of them are gay, obviously. And then the psychopath, he was like laying there giggling to himself because he was like looking up online girl lingerie, and he was like imagining the doctor in the girl lingeries, like the see-through dresses, like whatever, and he's like giggling to himself, and he's like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, nothing, I'm just thinking about stuff. That's gay. That's hella gay. If you're imagining a man in sexually lingerie, that's gay.
I don't know. This book was so ridiculous. I don't even have words for it. Um yeah. Anyway, moving on. Oh god. And then I read this one, Accomplishment of a Duke's Daughter. I really like this one. I really like this one actually. It's about this girl who. Uh, Good evening. Hello, Luke. Hello. Uh, she's getting reincarnated, and she wants to like have a lot of accomplishments and stuff, so she begins to actually study and learn about the world and everything, and then she becomes like really like she knows a lot, and she becomes like the governess of some parts of the land, anything to not end up being beheaded as it is intended. So she's trying to like find a way to survive in the world as a character that's supposed to die because she's rude to the prince love person. She was supposed to marry the prince, but then the prince does not like her because she's too shallow or whatever, and then he found another girl, and she is reincarnated into the person when she's being exiled, and that's when she starts to like learn about the world, and she becomes a proper duke's daughter and a governess and everything. And I thought it was pretty good. I want to read in the next one. I also heard that they started making audiobooks of this series on Audible, so that was pretty cool. Good light novel. Oh yeah, then I read the pictures by J.R.R. Tolkien, and this is actually just an art and picture book about Tolkien's work, because he didn't only write the lore and all the books about Lord of the Rings, he also did a lot of art for how he imagined how the Shire and everything, the Lonely Mountain, and how it all looked like. Most of them are in black and white, but some have been made into color in later years after he died. But you can still have the original black and white by the side, and then the color on the other side, and then there's a little text on what it's depicting and when he painted it and what his ideas behind painting it was. And there's a lot of cool pictures in this, so if you're into Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, this is a cool like tabletop book to have and like show off to people. Or a gift to someone you know that really like Tolkien. Great book. Oh yeah, I wanted to reread Salem's Lot because they made a movie on it, like a remade movie by Stephen King. I've read it long ago. It's about the vampires in the village and all of that. I remember I really liked Salem's Lot, but now when I did a reread of it, I thought it was really boring. I don't know why. Maybe my taste in books are just different now, or maybe I just read it when I was not in the mood to read it. Because sometimes Stephen King can be very like long-winded in his sentences and his way of talking. So yeah, could have been that I was just not in the mood for his book. But I read half of it, then I had to like turn it down and be like, okay, I can't finish it because I'm not in the mood and it's not as good as I remember it. Which is kind of sad because it was one of my favorite Stephen King books. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Oh yeah, and then I read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. I loved it. It was really depressing. I started reading it before summer, and I think I finished it in October because I had to like take
long breaks in between because it was so depressive. And it's basically about this man who does a crime and he kills a woman for money, and he feels really bad about it, basically. And the entire book is about his inner dialogue and his agony about what crime he has done. And he meets people and they talk about what they feel is the right way to do it and that he needs to have his punishment. And something that really bothers me, I think, when I'm reading Russian literature is there's always a lot of characters who have basically the same name. Maybe it's just like one letter that's different than the other. And with someone who's like dyslexic, as I am, I sometimes can't keep the character apart. But I don't know. I really liked Crime and Punishment, but I also felt like it was very heavy. Like there's a lot of agony and agonizing and depressiveness, and I was reading it a year when I think I shouldn't have been reading it because I was very depressed 2024 and I had a lot of stress. So it felt very much heavier than it should have been. But when it comes to the book itself, it's really well written and I really liked it. If you're into classics and Russian classics, I do recommend it. Like, people say that you have to read Crime and Punishment at least once, and I do agree. It's a good book. Definitely. Oh, you read it, Brian? Oh yeah, nice. I'm not alone then. Oh yeah, then I read My Happy Marriage, the first one. I do have the second and the third one as well, but I haven't read them yet. I actually saw the anime first, and then I read the light novel. I felt like the anime was really well depicted, because when I read at least the first one, I don't know how it is with the other volumes, but when I read the first volume here, I felt like there wasn't really anything that was left out from the anime series. It kind of followed the light novel very much. Otherwise, sometimes you can, like, when you read the book, you're like, oh, they left out this detail or they left out this and this, but I didn't really feel that with My Happy Marriage. So I mean, that just means the animation was really well made, right? So that's good. But I liked it. It was really cute. If you guys don't know, it's basically about this romance and in a fantasy-esque kind of world where there's magic, and he's trying to find a wife, but he's never happy with the wives he gets because he thinks they're always too rude or unkind to his maid or the woman who works with him. And she comes from a very like wealthy family, but they treat her like garbage because her mother died and her father remarried his lover that he had before her mother, and that lover or second wife does not like her because she's like a symbol of her lover needing to marry another one because she was not good enough for the family or whatever. So when she gets a daughter, she kind of makes sure that this girl is frozen out, and they start treating her as a servant and mistreating her. And then to like get rid of her for good, they're sending her to him because they hear that he kind of like throws out all the wives that he gets, and they think that he's going to throw her out as well. And if he does, she's not welcome back to the home because she's not. But he actually takes a liking to her because she's actually very nice and kind, and they get very happy together. But they don't get to be very happy together for a very long time. Adapting can be very hard. That's very true. Very true. But I really like that this one was actually adapted very well. I will continue reading it at some point, but right now it's not on my priority list. But it's very cozy and nice and well written. So at some point, I saw an interview with the author, and she said she was really happy that people were responding so well to it, because she wanted to write fantasy, but in a kind of like dated historical world. And like fuse them together, and she also wanted to have like a romance of it, and she was happy that she couldn't find that story herself when she was looking for something similar, so she wrote it herself, and she was happy to find a fan base of people who enjoyed what she was into. So that's always nice. If you can't find what you yourself want to read, write it. Very good. Then I read this one. It came out. I read it right away when it came out. An Autumn in Amber. It's about this guy who is... he gets like social anxieties, and he can't touch people or talk or interact with people. And one day when he's on a class trip, time just stops suddenly for everyone but him. And he kind of is like scared and doesn't know what to do, and he starts like roaming around, and then he meets this girl who is also there, and everything is stopped for everyone but those two, and they are very similar but also not very similar at all. And it's kind of like the story of very people with different backgrounds but very similar in personality meet and become really close friends. She's more like she's uncomfortable in but like human interaction, but she's still like an extrovert, and he's like an introvert, and they kind of like find common grounds. But what I found most interesting about this book is more how the world works, that after time stops, you know things that you think is very common, like flushing the toilet or boiling water and stuff like that, you can't do that because time is stopped and there is no water flowing or no gas or nothing actually working. Or when they have to like go through a rainstorm and the rain is just like in the air, just dangling in the air, so they had to like walk through the rain, but it's like walking through a big wall of water, and when you look back you can like see like where you've been walking, like a tunnel almost, which is kind of cool. The Autumn in Amber is a good one. I recommend it. Yeah, I really like this one. This one is on my plan to read list. Yeah, I recommend it. It's really good. This was my first time reading Mei Hachimoku before. I've never read before, but I've seen their books before. But this one spoke to me. And I heard something that they're making 4 books, because this is apparently a series that's not connected in any way. But there's 4 books with like similar themes. And the first one was spring, and then you had a summer one. This is the autumn one, and the 4th one coming this year, I think, is winter themed. So they're going with the 4 seasons, which I think is very cool. A nice detail for sure. So I kind of need to pick up the spring and the summer one at some point. So they are on my TBR list. I liked how it was written. Very good. I read Dahmer Confession, the Milwaukee Cannibals Arrest Statements. I'm really into true crime. I'm really into podcasts about true crime. Cannibals is like one of my... I love reading about it. I think it's like how bizarre it is, and it's always interesting to know like what's the thought process behind it. I think it's like very human to want to know like, but why? How how do you even come up with ideas that you want to do this, and people be like, I can't control it, you know what I mean? It's crazy to me. And this book, I already know almost everything I need to know about Dahmer, but this book, they said that they finally got the arrest statement from Dahmer that the police took of him. So it's like 100 pages of just the police transcribing his confession. So it's like scanned papers of the police report. And something that's very interesting with Dahmer is once he was caught and they took him in, he told the police everything. He didn't hold back on any information. So they were just like sitting there for week after week, just transcribing all the statements and all his confessions that he was giving. And he was giving it in pure detail, how he did it, why he did it, the age, the ID, security number of all his victims. The victims that they even hadn't identified was gone, where they could find them, where they could find different skulls of people. Like, he was giving them all the information, which is very rare that someone do, you know, in a confession. And I was really interested in reading his confession as a whole, and that's why I read this one. It didn't give me more information. Already everything that's in this book and in the confession is information that you can find on the internet about Dahmer as it is. So it wasn't anything revolutionary, I think. So I was a little bit let down by that, I think. Definitely a cool book though to like show off, I suppose. But I kind of felt like, okay, why make this book though? Oh yeah, this is the last book. And I added it because I started reading it in December, but I'm currently reading it right now. It's a Harry Potter fan fiction. And it's a Harry Potter X what is it called? Handmaid's Tale fanfiction. Because it's called Manacled by Sendlin Yu. It's about what happened if Voldemort would have gotten the power and Harry Potter actually died. What would happen to our world and the magical world as we know it. And that is what happened in this fanfiction. Voldemort wins, Harry Potter dies, all the Weasleys are tortured and decapitated in multiple minced meat places. And it's about Hermione trying to survive. She's put into a cell for months after months, and she's slowly going insane, but she's trying to keep her sanity by working out and trying to have a schedule, even if she's in like a 1x1 meter room with no light and nothing, so she can't really do much in there in the cell. But after a few months she's being let out, and they tell her that the Voldemort wants to go through her mind to see if he can find anything that he doesn't know about, like a resistance or something. But he can't find anything, but he can find that there's a wall inside her mind that he can't penetrate. No matter how much he crucio her and torture her, he can't get into it, and she herself does not know what those memories are or why she locked those memories away. So Snape tells Voldemort that if she gets pregnant, her walls, magical walls, will go down, and then it will be easier to gain access of those memories. So they decide to make her into a sex slave, and make her pregnant so that Voldemort can get to those those memories. So she becomes like a handmaiden from the Handmaid's Tale. Yeah. And she's given to Draco Malfoy. And you hate Draco Malfoy the entire time. Because he grapes and stuff, you know. I'm sorry, what did I enter the stream to hear? I don't know. Fan fiction I'm reading. But you don't like Draco Malfoy at all because of the things that he do. But then, and she get like more and more depressed, and she get PTSD from the war that was before, and she get like scared of being in big places, and he tries to help her and make her comfortable, but she's like, you have weird motives and everything. And but then after a while she gets pregnant, and when she gets pregnant, her magical walls go down and she gets all her memories back, and then all the memories flood back to her, where she and Draco was actually in love during the war, and they were dating, and he was an undercover spy for Harry Potter and helping Harry Potter to win, and he was just pretending to be a Death Eater and be by Voldemort's side, and he and Hermione was actually going to get away together, but because of stuff that happened in the war, they could never do it, and he took her in as a sex slave, so no one else could hurt her, and he can like take care of her and everything. And it's just so sad in the end. Like, I have like 2 chapters left and I can't finish it because it's I've been crying 5 times so far. You guys have no idea how this book have devastated me. The book is around 1,000 pages or so. There's so many great fan fiction. This is the first time I've ever read fan fiction. I've never touched on fan fiction before because I just kind of assumed that fan fiction is just like bad writing, which I know isn't true. I think it's just something I tell myself because I don't want to have more books on my TBR. So I'm just like, yeah, let's not dive into fan fiction because then it might be over for us, you know? So this is the first time I'm reading fan fiction, and I never been a huge fan of Harry Potter. I've been liking the Harry Potter magical world and like everything around Harry Potter. The books themselves, not a huge fan of. But this one, I love this one because it's so dark and dystopian in a sense, and I love dystopian, but it's also so cruel and evil and everything I think I want Harry Potter to be, but it still have all the magical stuff and the world building. All of that is there, but it's just this darker twist to it. It's like self-publishing. Lots of things that might not be the best get published, yeah. You get stuff that is better than professional writing, yeah. It's just a weird space because like either it's really trashy things that you find or it's really, really good. And I read everywhere about this and everyone is telling me like, you need to read Monocled. Monocled is the shit. Monocled is the way to go. And I just told myself, okay, fine. I will dive into fanfiction and read this Monocled, and yeah. And I'm sold. I'm really sold. And it's hard for me because of this book, I've been recommended more. Because Draco and Hermione is apparently a thing. I didn't know it was a thing. Now I know it's a thing, and I didn't even know I wanted it to be a thing, but now I really want to know more about this thing. You know? And yeah, I've seen videos though about people talking about Harry Potter fan fiction getting really weird. There's apparently a lot of Ron and Ginny Weasley romances out there, and Ron and Ginny is apparently a very favorable couple, which is weird to me because it's brother and sister. But people are like, yeah, but they could also not be brother and sister. And I'm like, but they are brother and sister. So that's weird. Well-written fanfiction is also a gateway into new fandom. I mean, that is very true. That is true. Every character is a ship, especially in large fandoms. I know, but like siblings though, to me it's weird. It's very weird. I can't lie that I always loved Draco Malfoy as like a morally gray character. And I do buy the fact that he's not wanting to be evil. That's just his upbringing and how he was taught and how they made him into. So that makes it good for me. But yeah, now I'm definitely into the fanfiction base, and I feel like I need to read more fanfiction. I feel like my TBR is gonna just skyrocket, after this. But this one was very sad and devastating, and I'm not even at the ending. I kind of have spoiled myself, so I kind of know what's gonna happen, and I don't want it to happen. So I'm just trying to not read, because if I don't read, it doesn't happen, right? That's how it works, right? I read less books because I read so much fan fiction. I mean, that makes sense though. No? I don't know. I also read a lot of oh yeah, by the way, this is all the 104 books. We gone through them all. I also read like webtoons, but I haven't finished a webtoon, but I read them weekly when they are uploaded. Let's see the webtoons I've been reading recently. I'm reading one called Not Your Typical Reincarnation Story. That one is pretty good. I like that one. I have another one called The Students of Illip Arts High, also pretty good. That's because the webtoons never die. They really don't. I have a few actually that ended. They have like ends and stuff. My favorite ones actually ended, and that's sad to me. I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do on Mondays now? It's very nice to have like one webtoon to read each morning, because then you can spend like your morning in bed reading that before you have to leave bed and make breakfast. But it's like a nice little like, good morning, let's read the new webtoon that's out before you start your day. I have read one webtoon that ended, The Mage and Demon Queen. Oh, I haven't read that one. But I do like webtoons. Webtoons are really fun. What? Would you look at that? We are like, we're like done with all 104 books, and we did it in 4 hours. It's because I talk too much, I think. I hope it was kinda interesting. You know? I know it would be very sad if you were like, oh my god, is she gonna stop talking soon? Hmm. But I think it went pretty good. I enjoyed the bits I was here for. Oh, that's good. That's good. Do you guys have like a reading challenge for yourself this year? I always had a reading challenge before. I was like, oh, 500 or 200 books or whatever. Right now, I just put one because I know that if I read one book, it says, oh, you finished. You're very good. Very nice. And everything above that is just extra. Mm. If I have time to go back and watch the rest, oh yeah, you don't have to do that, but do if you want to. What the fuck is this? The Mangled Street and the Murders. What is this? I saw someone liked a review I did on Goodreads. And I don't remember the book. It's called The Mangle Street Murders, The Gower Street Detective, the first one. I have written the longest essay on this book, man. I don't even remember it. I gave it 1 star. I hated it, and if I didn't dislike DNFing books, I would have done it without a doubt because it was the worst piece of garbage I ever read. It's supposed to be a Sherlock Holmes book, but the detective is so far from the genius Sherlock Holmes, and it's a copy that it's a pain to me. I love Sherlock Holmes more than life itself. Oh my god, please, Ophi, what are you writing? And it was the first book that got me into reading as a young teen. I even named my cat Sherlock Holmes. I mean, facts, that's true. But Mr. Sidney in this book is not only rude, hates women, hates everyone to be fair, but also is the biggest asshole. In the actual stories written by Arthur Conan Doyle, for people that doesn't know, not only is Sherlock Holmes not rude, I mean, he is rude, I don't know what I'm talking about, he's really more polite and genuine than most people you will meet in real life. Oh my god, why am I fangirling over Sherlock Holmes in this review? He's unfailing, chivalrous, charitable, helpful to all those in need, patient with the distraught and hysterical, concerned for those in danger, empathetic to those who have suffered, light-hearted and dealing with the unending stupidity of people like Lestrade. Shows great hospitality to strangers and has quite keen and adept social abilities to conversate, even though he is not very emotional person. Why am I fangirling over Sherlock Holmes in this review? When did I write this? 2020? Huh? Why do I have 2? Oh my god. You know how I ended the Sherlock Holmes review with here? And all reviews who say this is a great Sherlock Holmes lookalike book should go and actually read a real Sherlock Holmes novel. What's wrong with you all? Educate yourself. What the fuck? I went hard on that one. This is the biggest disgrace to Sherlock Holmes I have ever seen, and the author should be ashamed of himself. Ah! I don't know. Why did I write this? I don't even remember the book. Was it that bad? I mean, oh. My friends gave it 2 stars. I'm not the only one who's crazy here. Oh, I'm not the only one. There's more people who's giving it 1 star. I think this author should be thankful Sherlock Holmes is in the public domain now, because this does not pay homage to Holmes as much as it blatantly steals from it. What a horrible author. Get some help. Okay, I'm not the only one who hated this one, and okay, that's fine then. Educate yourself. Oh my god. Okay. I have never had a reading challenge. I just read. I mean, that's good. That's good. Reading challenges, it's fucking with my reading, to be honest. I was aiming for 104 books, if only to get through a bunch of my unread manga. Do it. Do it. I hope you succeed. And also a lot on Kindle, yeah. You don't have a reading goals. It's part because I blend reading with reading manga. Yeah. I get what you mean. Ophi's cringe face. Pandemic had weird effects on people. So Ophi's cringe face was the reason. I was probably sitting at home and being grumpy because, you know, the pandemic and everything. I don't remember. I don't even remember the book, but apparently I hated it. Educate yourself. I'm gonna start typing that to people when they're dumb. I'm just gonna be like, well, if you don't know this, you need to go and educate yourself. The author should be ashamed of himself. Oh my god. It's funny how someone liked it 2 hours ago, and yeah. Oh my god, who is this woman? She liked my review? Oh, she liked another one. She liked a lot of my reviews. Who are you, woman? I don't know who you are. Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Funny. But it's midnight and I should probably get something to eat because I'm a little bit hungry. I need to go and munch on something. But as promised, I will be back tomorrow. And tomorrow we're doing VR and some goofing around in VR, I think. I bet we can find something fun to do. Maybe we can like explore a fun room or something. I know there's like boxing rooms. That could be kind of fun to like do some boxing. I can show you my mad skills on boxing. But sounds like a nice idea, food and sleep. But if you're on my Discord, you might see that I play League of Legends. Let's say it's a bug and I'm not staying up all night playing League of Legends. Please no call me out. But there is maybe a small possibility I will play League of Legends. But I will say good night to everyone because it is midnight. I had a lovely day and I hope you got some inspiration for your reading this year, and maybe some book recommendations as well. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.